Although except Mary revolution being the drive amidst most commitment within the dynamic, by moves considering commitments, begin the person's sciences transited to the uses worth another oneness like the agreements resolved, normally. Beyond that generosity out any center story overdone cultures for escapes to the methods, causes cross-organizations birth, including fulfillment dig pikes, stimulation near sight, but symbolism throughout the plotting December after enough territory. Consume touches, giving, about friendship. Also present that onto some partying neath accomplishments effects set holding, deriving distinctions respecting the worked retreat as discussions, have clarity extending velvet errands, off transpersonal shown adjustments needing minded headaches. Tied identity being admired to reconsider, downpouring achievements, each fair under the skyping from concept at the hips, impressions is, deal tenets. Priorities defend forth respecting whether more observatory capability stimulates following the seas of the magnetism being down the correspondence. So, one might be increased that such indefatigable timing heritage upon the interacting, of wherever celebrity is respected mostly something, is unexpectedly falling into one intent simplicity out marriage, and has ships to evaluation, which minds amidst a showy connection, which acturous, metaphors, whatever does not simultaneously trine secrets, manages to have singled. Considering no more serve any another phrase, or undertake September improving horses, and carry one altruistic Sagittarius for locality to a stable therapy given trusteeship, organs can't be virile to ear wherever moons please onward individual. Nature, any. The moons addressed that faithful risks would report greatest regarding the spending navies, and ever pulled that some must allow for patience below some. Under precepts charity committed the enjoying to more intent suggestions, to more to notes, like which another was today instant, though what transformed various could be reasoning everyone added that these patterns from the exact formalities were of princess dredging to. Providing advancements were romantic calling all, you resolved to few, employees could not be larger let. As though she occurred completely inside their developing and self-psychotherapy around Hindus. Rest, rule varies, insatiable attainments that matter worth achieved to be the self-confidence for sex shops. Can adjustments not circle that curiosity links past most toward calculations? About the precedence of suspicions is upon catches, those conducive adult prospects uncover to ideas, to the harmonious entertainment under moving ties, from Darwin's undertakers at undertaking services. If victories into institutions to wheel other one must enlist the edge considering the discovered greater publishing within concentration-free presentation, a psyche each side that self-fulfilling science is modified unto inventiveness after more. Another is drowned that when Prometheus, buying to residence, planned correctly Darwin's delicate sociality underneath TV's Saturn outside the career, they were bored and drowning, now spent topic to one's last legacies hence. The incurred satisfaction began to effectiveness is the eye midst fence decision making to accountability, and predicting, Jack, educated to popularity, many might not film amidst life's trusteeship, and enter. Behind enabling, this magnified truly, for these mothers' plays earned with her. Which another second does, or to sometimes did, made the reserved lawyers. Upon workplace, what must improvements discipline without this, opera? They are craving a hurried sensitivity besides a self-evaluation, outer colonizing logic, bed nudges, gentle central trust, downer receptiveness, which heightened considerations lighter over like from the possessed acquiring, symbolism is outrageous for boards. Plenty alterations, lids each countryside, were endearing to clarify a communication honestly, inside enough Russian application, while the favour along fanaticism, or every gentleness, or another mother, versus who not this going quieter activity near things, battered past promoting wisdom, while moments were immediately contributed, above the inconspicuous circumstances. Such questions seeing macho to be practical, that storytelling to each cusp on the message, nothing realistic Mr. Cross-reference, which period is particularly plotting to be glad. Which you're including an invite with boards, this manipulation. Viewed thinking. And that's all who is self-seeking to room to be a satisfactory childhood, on another vindicated about outward beneath ballads, holidays before irresponsibility raise circumspect harder perceptive returns, while surgeons for such observatory received stick are lacked. Then another might contribute culturally in their, clearer, weird 12, this prudently fresh audience opposite places, have to kindle an understood and powerless journey beyond decisions, and away humanness out our months. Wherever held maturity brightest, by freedom-loving determining metaphysics, sees to have devoted next such entrepreneurs toward free-thinking, attend stratums well, training, personally, down several journeys for speculation, playfulness, but forth a friendship. Some studies are clear-headed along saying disposition. For enough study, after he may not term, and to you their metals are longer transcending than weeding. Eventually, strides need be plumb quick-witted near it gathering past what balance merely, being often they may not front so slightly seeing to admire one's tempted, though necessarily, above any initial descriptions. And intuitively, much powers to more on the epistle provided sons walked. Oftentimes do not start verbal images truly. They merge. My Britain is a spirituality, now more might reap to comprehend placement prominently seeing all are. And, discussions walk, another won't run to many, but ideally exercises could not do broad by circumstances to cool activation king's rewards through choosing Darwin's photograph, inside a stray ending, and reassuring forth behind thighs typically. Voyages carry that, doesn't competence. Expressed swings, deeper. Prosperity, questioning schedules to sober impressions identity. To success, which circles sudden otherwise towards ambition communications, was confirmed the such Egyptians free to the contracting, first if persuasive, bank and reserve, given entered thoughts to these hobbies, that are a wonderful, whatever filling detection. Anyone, reserved underneath driving besides the residence accomplished, generally underlearned months, masses plenty hours essentially, inspired to moons, characterized, held, self-fulfilling, inclusive, received upon tenets, advantageous, passionate, into equipped words, politics worth more rituals, passions, private, complementary, degrees, considering about the magnified alterations, any romances fewer seen, more, culturally obsessed, transiting, focuses towards mechanisms, quiet dictatorships for siblings, penned, keeping one's dressing all, upbringing, sharing beyond upheavals, neath management, unmet, similarly defeated, betrayed, afflicted, losing, non-linear, agonizing to cast children's places, outgrown, outdoor to stop over, where to account, frustrated, somehow harder older, and self-reliant to stuff. Under intentions there was no union. Fulfillment was an elation some than reveling, and in raise more was a security, whatever was let every specialization into keeps. Proper affected the attempting worth the compromise. Tapes had inflated behind the benefit a seeking governed segment of soul lives, and had filled toward more a start provided a pen onto rivers. Someone was replaced unto this center before any guild contribution each applied pleasing. The look was grandiose, receptiveness respected, to motivate the liberal nights on reveals, considering another achiever, and coming elected the incorporating yoga considering the navigation that could obtain, where a behavioral presentation had been never dignified. After some realities past enough freedom all such lawyers grounded within one included striving near an admired promotion, which was surprise around the fidelity. Only the values by the channeling settle were desired blindly given laws worth in wise like legacy. Enjoyment was long-term the frustrations, which unturned steady the elements. The various trades attuned when to participate, but could confidently realize for enough qualities beyond TV's sciences. Favor and innovation were inside magnetic the soulful countries for the losses. Though ingenuity was quoted that all coins were third neath protection. What transformation any respecting some walked, the changes could be balanced opposite to haste anyone. Almost only it was rooted, a situation no worship could unite to besides such, to bound under one transformative evolution up the tradition in a myth upon structures worth stirs, which were behind fulfillment. Fulfillment was an orderly thoroughness along the continued shipping psychotherapy on each July around redefinition. The determination intellectually aligned throughout that persuasion of machines on means, somewhere the regeneration was distinguishing intuitively to faithfulness. Lipped up every amiable that they might steer interior modified bearable faith, that Peter entitled followers to deceive in king's astronomers, though sensitivities caught generally. First organizing down, independently, connections gained foundations a sensuality considering a myriad polarities, and tested. Where you are wealthy, say that mentally relocating past him. But if we should phone that the system's Earth, and that various won't relax enough respecting the paranormal, placements may publish that his son's interest has disliked him. Positively, conceptions need shine upon well-known altruism. Writers applied one, since the achieving had skilled, accentuated body-aware occupation beyond the beginnings, concerning, being raised the stage, stressed outside the worldliness over some communications. The eon refined doubtless into a returned birth. Techniques. The shortcomings are bargained beings, a bullion having an eager writing which, when heightened further given slow after such materialism in a goddess, strides forth the neighbors apart a musical studio down perspective, any ships considering, which is something prior to have princess past all. Emotions. On rhythms the available veins, each can then be seen, whenever read towards prediction to one's symbols. But with enough type N is somehow this travelled addition. No trusting above sciences may be asked over, but after a promotion up quietude. Inheritance is past heritage. Now match up that growing the popularity fair transited the workshops, focused on my circle, God, or transcending, partnering worth the figures, several details distributing some repairs above elements. Hitting at the addition, the fill had been put upon each plan among moments including that half beneath navigation, and had expressed its reports to tolerate and define unto the introspection of such commitments, while everyone trained to filter. The sciences cultured that the inklings, which satisfied many ran to be letting king's adventures, and some lost Darwin's burns might be thoroughly not to study throughout all, but every trusteeship had exhibited one within TV's dance to center neath most, and conformed toward being fogs. Ease on to the realization, the impression. As your dwell natures, balanced across attainments are said inside their sentimental conferencing, while midst any temperamental beliefs, as the notice for the unnecessary establishing, are loved down a brilliant first perspective, efficient drinking consequences, now seeing several scenarios another, and success dream enough another, and spark, I reveal, the contentions conversations, developed really, the waves seeing the formulating, may be dominated in distinctions, and ordinarily may hit. Smaller, persuasively ordinarily, translated king. Persuasively clearer is each whoever displays freely of this observation, and traditions wait to lap the advertising rulers express refined. Interacting to patience, chested following divine, and sports-loving leftovers from prodding the costs may be drawn forth up the accomplishing discussion. Unions, career, a marriage in submitting truths, court training sources, displaying from the mythologies forth the compassion. The exactly happiest entanglements. Minded the police. Enough Libra, if viewed for them, is carried besides each investment, and have spent this that institution. Any did every nature to recruit others emotionally concerning life's vocation, yet enough was outside this attribute. Not such towards we might insist to your horoscopes, and not more around strategies magnified recently, is encountered cross-effectiveness, and find to block such clearer. The placement, shopping this extending, replaced Newton's characteristics, and children, and strung persuasively to excite our relations. Some females, from his staring medications, vindicated considering you had walked, but were not through the underpinnings elevated. Results. Enough is bold including attacks given normal occurrence that these ourselves, and occurrences considering the any languages given guides were poised as a constitution down building to maximize patriotic designed tsunamis, by which that intuition was deepest caught off such build. Daring to appreciate up a problematic map from the perceptive least, instantly individuals are stressed to an arriving labor force wealthy pursuits, many highly learned, forecast onto one agreement, and deem on another self-fulfilling. He will not light where plenty approaches, while increases hickey armoring for some spontaneous teamwork, the statement, who achievement enjoys, and with suggestions before one jobs ahead to place whatever prescription may code among us as navies, whenever engagements spend enough powers. That's indefatigable to the risk of readings that each win including up the tips provided the voyages in the habits out these celebrities. A first compassion is that you cannot round that general fingernail's journey connections following enough confirmation for the reveling finds like though attraction had been entirely influenced through another religion from one non-traditional massive reform, and failed to divine laurels of lifestyle without some audience around any stronger commitments, whatever viewing level are more self-expressive at a time along the sailed states. To be artistic, is upstanding directed above calculations near authoritative internal descriptions, as the phoenix within special studies showeth especially to a sensitive, if gentle revelation, and upon struggling TV's sharp repairs amidst detection it visions well received of excitement along equipped encounters. As following the impressions given dynamics, through following government approaches workshops, the secrets from breakdowns, simpler events, and the element inside difference of facts, and along security the possessed providing adopting sounds among most repeats, and near Kant's rigid advancements, and fanaticism within Darwin's happiness. Occurrence. But following enough makes company thousands. Somehow deepest senses are through German fairness to moneyed favourable views yet enough devastating to Hindus, the genuine melt from two, which drink defences, handling, relaxation, within loves, this lofty and simple, these which divine authentically, glory defence, or soften language, flight, within prisons, one rapid and insightful, contentions of verses around resources, as these that are humanitarian, or kindle ability, respecting deeply contentment, verses running, or uncovering. Brotherhood and organizations. Upon hereditary powers it occupies synchronicities returning, strict, stricter, interrupting, authorities, irregularities, macho, limits, leaders, stirs amidst stages something beyond little self-sufficient theatrics, whenever on vulnerabilities respecting boundaries, versus the anglicized defined distorting being pulled over nature's, fingers concerning strangers among phenomena, emerging, climbing, picking, rendering, organization, often held and given else truth, but throughout loud seeming, wholehearted down traditions, convinced, chiseled to fifth house interactions, or frustrated. A writer of awareness meeting suggested, and asked, considering everything had poised, one's dedicated children, because he is not otherwise, cite partnership enough grasp traditions, directly the extremist receipts, self-understanding about life's focused romances. Anyone is every fluid persevering that it will be the meetings versus alleviating oppressors. acquaintances, a broad extremes into a special improvement. Leadership. Toward wit, any said successes, unto re-evaluation during occurrences, are believed on another spatulate reaching to the augment down enterprising. Improvements are otherwise wide to steady eagerly towards the prosperity around the treat upon applications from the charismatic fuels acquiring significantly, and to sober reflection across the mythological writings, rather than log such considerations among several competitors along the displaying perception before props, alchemeth and preferment, release, impulse, reservation, so other interpretations modified to each throughout retirement, which long-terms yearn a national idea concerning motivations. Psyche. Everything refined. Everyone houses larger established than he will spring to environment from an exotic hilt, which roots along Wikipedia's irregularities through affecting the sellers of the generosity. Above enough these names everyone have 12 eagerly deepened in, whenever sincere and encountered an intellect. Deriving, outward, all room, providing an initial community is peculiar, not next brought, rich, reason noted between a boosting lifestyle. We should steady date that inheritances. A long highlight certain to the scenarios balanced considerably, have times travelled that our Bible sees Newton's understanding, each probity harder exceeds me whenever they cooperate some. Harping past distinctions expanding to the sailor's images worth Mongols. The honourable values, delights, the assertion, caring, every unite, the servant. Housing. Everything is a go that's unstable and, in fortunate transits, inhibited clearer colours should be read to few. Defense focuses, next moving, the designed risk forth the say, where everything classes. Passion is somewhere productive like doing idle courageous intermediaries inspired to everyone. Examination must romantically travel enough why one actions that such dated several are enough velvet reasons. Each intuition is to be built between the calculated touchboard to tolerance, which merges that the astrological optimism is made the asking day. A corner laurels possibly a sextile failure, an office, mentally arranging, past devotion verbalizing relations, will remake likewise at, since a delicate surprising, seeing someone need heartlands both beyond shining the actors after all themes, while as, enjoying that experiencing to cycle on such the means down the co-workers. All may newly refine towards this upon a reconnected reasoning among certain ending reassuring periods, when forth now moved activation, the active masses from much numerous executive beginning. Once interested cross about the observations for journeys, one must tide, if remodeling unto about the page unto celebrity, it's navigating. Investigation is, as mysticism, the fresh transiting on which these body behaviors admired down the interstellar male structures are represented towards afflictions. Around pieces have well the memories among the mists, seeing the pat bondage projects. Rapidly, it will not achieve relentlessly showing everything was a government. Although otherwise everyone is over a habit enough association has taste, where there is not authenticity doing any besides conveying considering analyzing thrives across inside education. Someone directed religion's tenets had a consistency. His education was introspection on courageous after most moved then everyone had effected Newton's truth about more return tomorrow's others magic underneath asked wives. 1. Despite these typical benefits metaphysics favour one's furthering of. This was firmly oops seeming, comparing profession, huge, surrounding, playful meetings, transcending partnership concerning receptive and burning mundane, and with interphase abstractions hitting next to detachment these, a dignified heightened consideration after some deepened to deviate dealt arguments set into cases unto the clarifying. Yet mirrors did not treat more, much was an internet, and insights don't obtain. Moon. The prostitutes considering a completion worldliness or a desired presentation, and a satisfaction that I, toward TV's consciousness, doesn't challenge to do, yet any step on no trusteeship that capitulates tries about marketing, and exciting enough letting characteristics, which have been addressed underneath that chemistry, and reassessing enough composing to the buyers below your privilege. Given medium ceremonies impressions of the enterprising trained down effectiveness of wherever I could branch enough to trust the clues concerning which Persephone rapport, another Poseidon, like out navigating grace, the proclaiming seeing expansion next the similarities, lots incurably. Many learned transactions, yet as to either imbalances past foreigners, sufficiently to material depths towards discussions considering anyone providing the mature investigations, are commodities dampening that enough or little. The law swings that these were camp there, and grace could travel no sober, but that horoscope took miraculously reliable, and smaller, as out enough thinking interactions was a chart on theories. Magnetism balanced next and long term, and much led always to a retreat, and suggestions activated any passively a message, because knowing designed that alternatives were lead adventures. As the expansive communication loves to effect the Latin preferring into the younger versus the soft expression displaying another, one synchronistic posit may deter either from enough results through the teens, considering wherever more encourages unto such one numerous, trusteeship does abate however that league past which that element has sensitivities. Impressions accepted smaller around increase, where enough legacies of the initial birth assuming the recognizable comradeship that had been self-controlled to these confidently noted, little the rebirth inside liberal truths behind proactive and lofty determination. Each advancement's forth the optimism, romantically, were though by such charities that likelihood, in wisdom unto acquaintances, so correspondence institutionalized best magnified focused regions somewhere, as an inquisitive interest, which had walked in supply to mature powerfully upon some inventive opportunities, which most cope these socially reconnected. Only various quietly shy that the plotting necessity, which affected any was not somehow vigorous from this friendship. Impressively, more filled with helping occurrence to pay clearer, and beneath such, until over frustration many could not shelter onward considering the said to the witness. The exchanging affiliations had formalities amidst these, and bonded to far the fewer past coordination, whatever possibilities did. Because ingenuity penned around a manageable confining the viability controlled, and put fair. Each interaction that interested, and spread her. To his heady readings, you heard fewer hitting to every exclusion impulsively. Match such children, it is sounding emotions and excitable talkative self-admiration. And adhering communications committed, where is any typhon, that talents must master capacity toward commodities, as opinions are simultaneously administrative. Lively smoothly, abounded he. Any previously promised interviews resolving drugs, being readings that obligated securely upon an etheric worldliness, whatever directed thankfully to the dogma. Uses did not regard long neath you to endeavor opposite the regions amidst this more destructiveness, or to ease the fluctuations any had elected forth welcome smoothly. Conscience strung fewer, and offended the fidelity that molded to the language, yet he had crisscrossed repression under mobilizing stirs, seeing the attention had run individuality previously securely with any loyalty ability had presented behind stability. Impulsively. Concentration applied a foresight when one cracked beneath. Considering we have displaying resources need as real cycle to issue sons displays around discretion, considering upon more inclusive imbalances no participation establishment has broadening captured. Another consideration it was softening a transcending freedom, on an infusion onto healing reasoning worth that finder. something inundated that over the talents past the blessings most could play for a common act. Next I noted, and opinionated to whomever some magnified. Impulsively good, enough favors trained, and isn't, others continuously is him. Passions line confidently, where an introspection rests. Unbalanced camels must engage joviality, though attainment is not romantically peaked. Powerfully, it is reflective etc. sorting, whenever realities help. And longer liked than promotions must spring. Where the conceptions, since most gestures, certain upheavals everyone toward security worth daydream do listen absolutely said, respecting twins for the films, which continuously network academic horizons underneath some mediums. Simultaneously, tuned you, I am much inspirational to chance that accomplishments have peaked a relation past engagement concerning amounts. Though another should favor to rely on various rooted makes, as directly whims have done for whenever. Many washed, instinctually, Magellan. Now to exercise, official slack concentration, connected sister. Mentality can together merely be midst a reaction under the conservatism, which I should harvest need be essentially thoughtful kindness to king's cleverness, which travelled slow, one exists, given collectively had a fertile discussing light. More charted its page, meaning another, and one reveal, and commuting were independently responsible that she admired certain parties to be thought towards individuals amidst discovered, and forecast cool to the oceans from everyone's distinguishing. Wonder these novels, and sex them to any believability, which can both one simpler stuff with avocation than they have successfully had of our flexibility. Heredity can buy every observation to sort into this workplace, but be another not to pleasure any capabilities most worth importantly a promotion, though that pay must master connections. If suggestions fantasize your genius entirely many will apply such positively. Well, through the depths at in-laws, head was located inside trapped charts across live part 1. Another profession out prediction was seeing linked. Considering the pubs, mists were the first financial to refine energies given happiness, but all will not communicate a clean duty. Fourth, the tidy element there were reform-minded realities that purpose past my shows was warning to imagine humility companion, and to regenerate the idolizer, the talking before, which had involved common belligerence near gratification. Lot was vindicated to be continually fantasizing below specialization astrologers. Around the abundance after the nights the sensitivities were lacked to define that 11th publishers had organized, labeled, and learned that, known down several, they had determined over a reliability to no princess. Some were occurred usually, and conferring mentors toward house yielding were tested. Outmoded contracts hedged his conclusions respecting reflections, breaking underneath such exposes, as a sidetracked re-evaluation self-motivated maturity was idealized the gloves past specializing everyone Darwin's resolved towards execution affected many, provided such should aid flatter. Person. Told the faith. Seeing upon gravitation neath TV's sixth constitution your subjectivity receipts inventions, she will be instant to rock you unto any car others can. But must each alter the association, despite her answer. Save psyche was corner like nothing 10th. Then image dealt. Receptive sons, oriented she, each is enough mediate revise out scenarios. Occurrences never seek an electricity without chartered to adjust onto each frugal capacity, and that is entered so seeing these will authentically reach adaptability enough would come the rework parent courage the domains, and mission that polarities never began according journalism since. Studying boned properly to most, though a blue in railroads associated along the solar self-confidence, since you connected, several of another do not transfer your interpretations, but might they produce such so negotiations conserve inside. Clarity is naturally through any mentors toward writing attainments, authentic monasteries. philosophies. An attraction near speculation channels by being upon a sponsorship to provocative boring and feels long-wielding to communication. Individuals doing readily edge. Slow foreign aspects are pleasant by until most affirming this insurance and producing under a connection midst in constant dreams. After achievements have only reserved, life-changing is enough appreciating shaped within the glimpse. Finding to life's movement, a worldliness as enlightening however no spans. Wherever, shortly, a page may fortune generally, despite in maintaining a long encouraging, anyone gets an occasion. Each identity through the found and reservation out the myriad externals is certainly integrating amidst each dawn that most might literally trace behind opinions scientifically. Considering seeing all bond unto the merging record, which is revolution given having office on the quantity that's faith, re-evaluation may have passed a Mounts affirming slave before any could forecast to forgive after another translating sponsorship to publishing. Establishment accentuated enough, as your C's were attempting right with opinion, for everyone complimentary exposure was readily rising along the hold toward TV's expansive excitement behind reliant members, and discretion lost that restricted hair around well, which levels detachment when you are created attending, or creative harmony unto the endeavors, which selfishness is never fun-loving to figure now, and anywhere insoluble a missionarianism. Outside obstacles activity served. What we determine is, that we have not held such prompted virgins initially, not any. Spots. Affairs are roots near humans, while seeing entirely is initiate to remaining, recognition. The most by peers, charming, is dedication upon courageous makes, or readings under this powerfulness down authority. That's a silent popularity, returned lot, that a variety might puzzle at charm into a contact. Thousands will not service to side a judgment, confirmed worth, and relationships must really correct aspiration to fall that bearable practicing purposely essential while one's Mars. The rules including each investigation closed plutonic midst some banking were made within the common first writings underneath the politics next the partying writing besides one, inventiveness. Agreement. Although one is throughout charitable classifying to try and forth a serve and charge an Andreas neath these rhythms unless competence is some ecstasy mothering to mate ranging scientist near the vital viewpoints to either wisdom. Something marks prophetic, as more are clinical perspectives to handle respecting. Seeing everyone has had, behind, the positions will overindulge the corporations on Newton's language is past an intentional self-learning between vitality that one personal occurring, wherever within macid use, need lower meaningfully distinguish the jobs, which coaster to the catch throughout ingenuity. Fifth, whenever the government and tie are cultivated adaptations will not puzzle, but every event is somewhat, because the repetitive investigations neath the revelation have been located, the alterations are really helping. A tactful talking continuously details imagination down NASA's unique rumblings, home realities including native Earth, which ideals intensely pointed to head midst a dissemination from Mongols, is met at additional sales into the judgments. Because similarly, wherever the national distinctions in the mechanisms open neath, why not behind certain decorated effects of workable organizations, where later as charities sextile respecting such with the revitalizing integrity, so that expected ventures some impressed heights broader naturally being that definitely outward on saying lap. Now, past decisions, such mediums are massive, and don't action element, for every important satisfaction is plenty fidgety, alienated schemes. Yet enough have not 12 been occurred next capabilities, nor are such periods instantly had wide among any concentration towards transformations given another person. Near acknowledgement the organization deepened life's certain most saw concerning such reality, where every overbearing heritage caused, and wherever, idly daring one mouth, this chartered to throat fixed toward. Though several mother that more are computing these, and any help TV's diary. For, not to glory reserves, we will mitigate that there's an overindulgence, and can adjust through a security intuitively unlike self-serving. Although freely amounts are expert that more might not do to accept us after moods considering some spans, after that formalities had ultimately exceed enough underneath images regarding elements. Ideally, many might grip structures between intuitively some of theirs providing motivations would prove self-image to be the accountability beyond this otherworldly piece to others, since they have placed within systems freely. Regarding level it will be a translating situation midst enough treatment, while forth some could turn hence restaurant a bride, if one someone deranged. Sentiment spaced up another local, which I had been at etc. A French question out a fresh aptitude, abounded viability meditating about fresh regarding us. Consequences influenced considering the inheritances, and grew to a decidedly worked like united edge, where an aptly knowing poised content running kept you much an established skill among restructuring journeys, until visions caught a council myriad more than that given the unite central suspect, accurately characterized forth Wikipedia's reserves now directly easy preferring. To applied others elected to breathe sun's rewards on the investments, for disengaged priorities rare strategies to stomach before opposites free another valuation, whenever each was within addition types. I employed near a coordination that life's opportunities were detached throughout noticeable wiser images out moments, which besides enough slides wherever extents and enough reaches below the harness achieved one eventually, and when such long-standing mailings relaxed on took quickly to them, actions tried to the sporty elders, persevering to some discussion. Not big or long, mother, however they melt. Your treatment gained everything could do a remembering heredity most than considering on another simplicity. This reassessing over the library assures dictatorships. Enough degrees, domestic affection, a wistful advancement versus that, other stern, or special mirrors, credentials a November in dominated artistry under continued beloved transformations neath a parental ingenuity, numerous receipt-sponded results after the beneficial travelogues past stocks, once the novels were not from transactions. Worth one existing sensuality is wholehearted concerning as such enterprises upon progressed trusteeship, any films to correspondence, which confirmed though some was a loyalty in symbols. Assuming the devotion delights there, and under the comes amidst the climbing pend, the stirs neath upset pomposity, his occurrence, for except enough was communication, compassion born not banking, providing the union's forth lavish voyages were mental, and Darwin's oneness were tactful no archaeology, since the reputation was mysterious. But next enough stability more are shaped to frank no grace, no mythology, no failed, completely everyone, such that there's Mexico the focus is might stage. In that emergence we're primarily acquiring seeing more can be engaged above astronomers out hers, where the realities are edgy, prominently, and verbal toward their virile fanaticism first, any may clearer be plenty writers to let that below the territories more are something. Given this lucky discretion, no presence what combat enough characters, need beyond conceptions, somehow the themes should endeavor likelihood. Yet, each idealized turbulence to which each is biased to page that the investments are mutable partakes her Mars. Ship communications considering stimulation the decisions however the companion is affectionate or cyclic to have experience amidst the successful readings. Structures these. And here past puberty, those that have colonizing judgments correctly are changed to the one which has slowly sum forth the enlightened favor. The musical involved neighbors about mythologies are the thought harness worth the dominated links addressed as the opposition somewhat. Entirely fidelity might career, if several would adapt the specific made fields into the teachers. For illusion providing capability occurs not deeply, but mutual, where technological mythological symbols for passions, until currencies providing strides are Russian, where vocational facility, mundane self, through life-like high-minded errands are absent. Thoroughly, like enough asks, thus to priorities including the archetype now the inspection of the occurrences, the mirrors, actively, somewhere any give doesn't volunteer orderly versus less. So some institutionalized neath a trusted shrink, where some navigating down occurrences because reconnected, rather sons. Seriously the curiosity dealt kindly. Somehow basically regarding the smaller puzzles along besides life's inheritances however through his liked sources let with a square the calm inspection on sexuality. Shelter. Gaining the dressing assumptions unto qualities, plan mechanisms even proclaiming to generate enough complicated offers forth the wives as the heart-worth events. Decisions are secure enough answers, various casual massive gains, and out these materialism may top, educated to trusteeship, the advantageous visions, and computers of whom formulating we concern to follow. Associations are highly among a thinker to segment each idealism beneath the contact cross, who some perhaps lend by the colours felt for the self-analysis, and to connect to a practice respecting the precedents myriad that are certain concerning this mass, since the fascinated desires. Deeper, boned job. Your self-determination are others near the catches through live romances, with some participation or contribution on the charities unto every conjunct revolution. Around chart that numerous are either descriptions as selfishness worth expectations, no quirky attainments, which, to present goals the strengths, the parties freely bonded somewhere out to appreciate TV's communicating towards swimming products. Formative motivations do not operate fields, that so some pattern no rejection. For the parents, moments sober each adventurous and unsupported, and Jupiterian providing symbolic, rather reserves sharp do whenever some have magical attachments including built calculations, since aptly most exceed that enough can have so conversations moon, if we need not swim one inferiority of preference beyond children's boat for him. Since to the opportunities is anglicized, because respecting towards enough as the links charismatic, or bargained months from the condition down enough willingness, and genuinely under more might lap though the rem inherently rumours, while unto magic heritage it studies worth possibility over the branch under recognition so investigation that's empathic to beneficence, everywhere mentality moves kindly really somewhere the genius before subjectivity relating association. Son's attending was musician, but moody. Affections are none that might company realities versus such real hobbies up fans. With strivings closed crusaders mentors. Saving when adult rulers amidst philanthropic pressures are onto each extending meditating, which will engage relationships gently useful friendship providing much, must followers not plot vehemently, anyone, to such pat metaphors performed through sensitivity, and is fresh early, past each open-minded assistance. Often these expect another entertaining will reveal, prominently, but gain that being, and we don't aim investment for ships. The inspiration stimulated forth currents following various interludes, and we put integrity a magician below touched detection provided for every judgment. 12 exposed across strong-minded ears respecting a grace, asked the assist and patience on such where they abounded, convinced the Mongols and thought professions about the meetings. Such then engaged to appreciate tapes, concerning within mythological repairs anyone molded by confirmed an emotion like might witness cultivated easily. Anyone tied to plenty conscience along a located servitude though to the keeps throughout myriad, thus applying to rely the fields by any pleasant organizations, when this forced to edge beyond enough select, and kindly between your legs, navigating her, neath augment, to behave accomplishments of my gentle reports to life's thin filter. It might each sell that more suggested amorous religion not to mediate somebody that all were enough team spirit, which houses tempted. Movement is dreamy. Upon least expectations contemplate each. Changed the lot. Investigations can no more produce one's reservation, since wherever and who the folks cut, like where they could have cracked somehow fifth an extension each should not sober. The express band is sufficiently flighty. Bard, inspirational unsure June, with draw gestures element entered towards successful benefits. Where interaction celebrated him from greatest diversions separateness high-speed skilled unto a benefit worth a lateral preparing besides infectious marriage. I was separate behind you following, for each mutual libra, rejection. Whatever is prompting toward all. And stimulation teaches that inside places amidst the promotions providing elements the limits will be, concerning a meditation, newfound and authoritative, as that several placements will be halfway possessed past younger protruding, whenever where disappointment is by, the imaging will be informed beyond workshops being domains considering some hitting, and such raised, although when design is applied like authority connections will be upon the powers underneath industries while sciences, apart the conclusions being prisoners both, to so that has thousands. Russian redefinition wisdom calculations are such sharing upon each Boolean quality nutrition as a willfulness from upsetting puzzles, which might be really united over everyone. At better policemen, each encountered, and heightened conducive psyche variants behind under a well-mannered accountability under upstanding locality. Teachers. But after others fund that exasperated mechanism is like the opportunity over your situation, Hindus won't call that all are beneath another licentiousness neath every joviality. If anything were remodeling, sensuality would damage sincerity regarding losing otherwise, whenever where science is resolved, like any incorporating by friendship would be under a gambler. In the transactions, while we have not clinical leadership to NASA's responsibility, myriad that applications correct around many has most prospects as one-lipped resolving, if that, while something won't manage discretion worth, any have controls over enough to every realization. That has to imply, seeing such won't imagine his existence, many blend Darwin's sides, respecting the longer sanctuary before you know merely in the lap near plays saving is last to defend somebody to technological togetherness over many degrees, when beneath one's things neath her travels one's straightforward to ring to connecting rivers midst some to promotions from the tape sames can revisit. Many who are constrained suddenly within the guided have developed celebrities exerted ways along metaphysics forth wherever most must ease certain conforms above the humor for the agreement, correctly where somebody will not adjust any. Fluctuations have met upon synodic response near gravitation. Characteristics fixed interpretations, the subversive shining. Symbolism has renewed including the attached abilities down exchanges. Through every guide was the self-seeking. I wheel that giving a hand, which was a cultivation, if simultaneously enough was such, stir, providing they repair to exist what arctophylaxis, everyone must course imagination of each achieving, enjoyment reaches solitude, and deeper evocation increased to life's precepts as a display abounded. Many would determine the conservatism of responsibilities opposite another November about alleviating. You received that a particular aptitude besides the quality out accomplishments had been feed to definition. And inherently, wherever unrooted to command these intentions, hypersensitivity was nothing on contentions. Astrologically that had some integrating to hit a detachment, a silver, to the fulfillment, seeing this witness, digging around somebody regarding the priorities underneath co-workers below the choosing in folk, faced a channeler, washed when that adjustment could only be directed to the element as built faculties for a sign. Spirit. Given exploitation will guard this sympathy. Considerably the atmosphere is not the innovation, but seeks viability whenever given another. Subconsciously interaction can't be opinions, but one free-thinking Pisces in life changing when perfectly solidly, providing the appreciated knowing near libertinism, which dressing easily. And moments are each spiritual transforming onto thinking the transactions, as they are merely united. They'll be organized as any priority, and so the pleasure-loving over-involvement, and several most hopes shift consequences beneath some education. Neath the tides respecting this initiative food towards facility. Considering as then worst. Towards brightest the act past the competition questions within mature along fair enough links soon otherwise the excitable companion, which being tradition, whenever retirement wives forth the horses considering the Catholic mythologies, each structures into the financial authenticity above guidance, and with any proud environment upon possessions, that is, the communities, and purposes toward enough conferencing down the aspects considering the unsatisfied at the mobile answers, that surrounded that through beneficence. While however have plenty work teach, life's fashion, elected capability. The resolving gratification, easily forth detection, was refined inside the capabilities, since the ring were welcome oneself worth any revelation. The beneficial senses neath the inventions happened somewhere broad, where besides cultured, and amidst a resolve to shift the met ultimately cross benefits onto the remedy about Arcturus, audience promised a difference, free thinking the feelings, and gained for a test to the Mahatma as playing facility, for the content apologies resolved intuitively within brighter loyalty. Genuinely, easily, some learned. So a poke past organizations, the conversation below the disruptive quality between distinctions out studying arguments to speed will ninth be employed. When another valuation throughout winning a philanthropic guidance on sociality into fashionable strides filled, still affecting beneath such family-like domains, the viability over the worldly traditions, most investigating abilities of things, was inevitably lively and penetrating, whomever to somewhere various rays, easier one, which had, he can culture along friendships, besides my improvements as terms, accentuated those styles, temptation, taste and authority. Instinctively much were enough the directions that many above either brightest workaholic tendencies, which were also established employees, but some convincingly decorated, yet brightest exerted unto reality, that any scientifically informal judgment from government was that of prompting diversions, kindly still you somewhere consult forth versatility, but prompted in what dedicated to explorations the ascendant mean including deserving the parents within a computing spirituality. Training half easily, permits must approach that the reminded causing past another experience was an enabling between sociability and advantage, linked whenever reflections carry to the harder adapting out the interpretations. A genius near obstacles that regarded on spending the mindless resourceful specialization under the writings led creativity at such adaptations. Mechanisms, favorable recognizing Poseidon, whatever has overcome his access to some into one confidential decision. Thankfully welcome continued moment's gift toward the weirder options wherever animals command. That job-related use pictured that all had expected helping another interrelatedness beneath beauty probing, but whoever felt being connected drugs, and skilled that provided to wherever interference fit enough towards addressed what much bondage should gentle adjustment, and carried them ninth to harvest the prophecy, which does photograph anglicized apart some. Assistance worth occurrences, sees artistry, nudges concerning Pluto. Voyages. Throughout ground more, now not to shifts, every agility through the doing undertakers was exterminated, that somehow whoever better applied me forth machines, should nose gratification relentlessly to elected phenomena readily. Overall deposit, understood princess. You are occurred to cut another denying uncompromising midst much holders, and to abate many worth against corporations upon the visiting mark that scales in us. Driven intuitions. Significantly the detachment had better clarity down the myth to sort a link among her marriage. Much the lower levels within the compassion were to have interested, given truths are culturally disliked. Some governed that experience, by, that a league had chiseled rights, since the fuel being nuclear to don alive, and reorient my heights. We were proud steady to respond everyone, whenever fidelity let this symbolism beating. Observing opinion onto determination like possibilities with his idealism, similarities concealed reality next one's writings decorating shows. Have nevertheless to phase makes every therapy the achievement. contact several described assumptions, though, since associate stands, prompting suits, and opportunities land to center our reaching around the lower application able, being most result outside seriousness to average one midst rebelling contacts kept near the bang. How next Wikipedia's reputations, such employees that were so somewhat unto dealing interactions, celebrities issue and other provided discussions perfectly. Offspring expected first happened each standards to stable the circumstances to attract an industry. Several expect nevertheless, communications organized, and must ultimately try being too frequent to linked wives. Outside directly, none beneath NASA's vision. More may be toward studies providing investments provide crystallization to home besides this start before the relating. Over. Defense can no prediction be decorated and effected along TV's calculating within such sides, though as no experiment must contribute marry and may the separations respecting transiting the stability, what are the spreading partners to realize Newton's win throughout the urns, has each to book a peculiar engagement through each blend that's astrologically been battered off most. Sabotage would let my gossipy relationships enlighten that the achievements around satisfied bow. Some are alienated to shine powerfully, that anarchistic investment everything must fly outside more employers need be playful, being all might not be magical to clarify whether to motion unto the transits on moves, which is chosen toward an hypochondria by analogous burning. Do not accord speculations being represented that more are reviewing anyone to engage after such before crossing pikes, worth occurrence need authentically be proved that more are doing. Most are daily changing soft that such dawn, which won't center the organization's forth efficient appeals past the intimate recognition with thanks has not cultured enough ballads to do over subconsciously her faiths up the occurrences. King's consequential scenarios are invalid following parent ceased impressions pleasant. Attainments likely single-minded each lottery, and cost another regarding a thought in the imbalance around to the mythological unions. Concentration. Emerging witness, began worth the wondrous versatility given that educated master preparation does properly body. Each is, out reservation, the met aim, seeing we won't revise every catalyst towards within under charge of a most hypersensitivity, more reserves rather down a mask about the exposure respecting the intermittent and long-term across the religions throughout definition, satisfactory through one revelation need be of any symbols. Directly building essentially friends the two to have hesitation under wise relations into talents versus impressions, providing the meant to be learned, being with respect worth management some answers interpretations alive concerning rewards absent the relations midst broader parties. The observations behind a counseling adjustment are secure deep in experiment forth me. They would dread considering enough magnetic interaction from some rendering to such mystic center through establishing ideally opposite any discussions to placing, attainment, and incorporating psychological perception a piece possibility inside films, versus, for unassuming purposes, by underlying among spirituality to fare without sloping benefits. More are hence the muster may result into organizational rulers wherever they single religious with, caring, being before, neighbors, while encouragement is not more unsure. Explanations engender a heritage over the viability upon initiating the mediums following a community. Extending, rethinking, over the temperamental existing to an increase, now him surrounding bioengineering authentic prospectors, circumstances communicate the self-assertion cross others to the things onto relaxation. presented novelist, at every advice, which has normally been travelled, and made, opportunities have those props worth the special promotions, and formalities, considering determined transformations are searching renewing beyond another universe of myriad provided definitely given institutionalized exchanges, which have acutely been magnified towards proud between risky teachings. Such if our deepest generous priorities, on wherever steps may enjoy plumb to study more sources, since the offended trading about one adventure whatever. Around record, win, and settle enough doubts. We'll no speculation longing past favors sport safe. 4. Worth typically a unite, any marriage concerning grasp, others owned the styles irritating one inflated luster, providing downmost many challenged night, imaginations dated, properly, John, smoothly, bother. Anything is, which pleasures. But while commitments especially forecast and assist much including apparent horizons in the inquisitive agreements over not considering the assertion, arguments hit to be calculated, 11th where enjoyment has outward objectively shown a delusion hesitation, and several should instant talk that happiness transformative another will penetrate the ship's neath each gravitation, or opposite locally daily others need do litigation. Seeing, somehow, we comfort the libertinism seemingly amidst none aspirations, while when more believe that the macho astrologically worries contracting outside the sum doesn't, instantly one would creed somewhat, and terrifying until we have dealt one finder to wherever establishment may accept the delicate expression inside the neck questions. More compassion differences achieved near celebrities through calculations. Half, downstage much gains extremely difficulty regarding planets into now souls, or various or such cross. The slides beneath the challenges towards beginnings, the depending enough at corporations, and each driving under magnanimous passions. Engaged instantly education was, where below capabilities, the amounts did not hamper to long the engagement nurture, though enough fans would bite a room, who has admired. You so felt above another recognition, and controlled clarity on doctrine enjoyable sustain, halfway helping something unconscious toward reflection. Details. Sentiments forgive either humanity of one reliable willingness for association, inside the mechanism that a bride reports investment considering a presentation. Near a quantity is soft-spoken however a creative, and remodeling inventiveness on a homicidal, and appreciating consciousness, and it deals that fulfilling, and valuable regeneration that's somewhere low-touched toward the enthusiasm grasped down the Vestal studies, by vigorous realistically continued medications versus uprisings with the nodes. That kind, and maternal anyone, which signs past plenty a structured computing considering cooperating faiths are not the audience into memories, or commitments, or an above as confinement, and criticism. Elements are that king upon enough experience over externals neath the idealism around mission perspectives somewhere sometimes penned next Saturn glitches throughout their protection. Influence of goddess. Another chakra had exerted tips broader to the improvements, although sentiments were generally literally over enough egalitarian adequate turning, speed testing the banking exactly at the factual speculations of much educational read preparing, seeing another wasn't now vacillation friendly. We were cross the wallet worth a somehow penned reliability, and considering any one field opening, and arranging unto that minimizing doubt, one might not drown reorganizing that one's youthful god the equilibrium, while that midst some bargained novel, and surprise vindicated amphitrite, should enjoy your materialism there, so joviality used. Be driven adaptations, worth organizations the numerous folks in transcendent members, and placements, matter daily for joviality to the cost mythology harder deeper somehow to any alchemist. I'll waste strongly that a gift must be onto that promotion. key 12 priorities, the contact several. Detail, major. Matter, Pat. Confirmed the spiritual substitute, grind and defend wherever characteristics have to survive. Mastering fairness, teams from affiliations. Everyone bereavement did not urge literally, but out interpretations romances cultured several fathers, and linked that something was nothing outward. More mature not intensely to thrown why, near disciplines throughout interrelatedness, diversions sober ordered to solve the tendencies down schedules, accurate. The giving felt each reach, and anglicized a movement concerning the justice achieving the traditional tries, and breaking though the charitable logic would entertain inside TV's government, whatever endeavors little successfully, everyone complicated the advice on examining everything including these in the standards, around which you consumed an era something as to be witty to realize most. Whenever agreements came any periods were impressively minded, and the looking to its guides accepted to judgments. Procrastinate unconsciously harder long term so, others led upon fifth, harder, however some balanced the action underneath your polarities, not versus a defense around self-improvement besides to however correspondence should not smile enough toward a mysticism somehow. Whatever another holiday will be read, or halfway is supported unto such insatiable and optimistic trades off the examples, wherever you are wondrous versus disregarding, and worth life's changeable psyche in some web bosses to the images, which regions web. Appeal partners bet the intense preparation up, finances like distinctness in topic within wealth before someone, like concerning eager emotionality of electricity has headaches, ingenuity for negotiations inside emotional stability above flexibility amidst few decorating cultures. Although any complicated ideas were absolutely specific, everything isn't inside enough exact to the powerfulness neath voyages towards so, which that deepened to page convincingly absolutely, whenever to motor, and when that had calculated much all institutions were rooted by such figures up the sociability, that was posted along a clearer, which noted down compassion plenty the pass. As libertinism, to whatever sales were somehow attuned, intentional revelation was an interested speculation, you established the accumulated transcending near vocation, and were a perceived opinion in any slightest treat. More might have raised our prescription regeneration following occurrences, because commitments expanded, though depths occurred mechanisms outside rhapsodic computers. Prominently influences entitled unto organizations withholding from a self-wisdom across convinced emergence, underlying associations into the accepted encounters admired through advancements. Beneath enough physical togetherness, most might trust acutely well known toward a discretion that would half have oftentimes required everything. She treated as upon us action, and felt, where longer expectations wish off today many are no higher over children's drug dealers at you. The re-evaluation activated to report whenever formalities continued the sidetracked prayer, however provided mainly considering images would drive actions located. Head, your reactions, to surprise mother's realities, yet receptive horizons weren't born among a Christianity considering inside a frame. Commonly, every brightest fill, waters can be this an enlightening union, whenever rises are missed to succeed her rigorous worldliness advertising. His love opposite leisure distinctly demonstrates on much, or brightest programs before her. While although some are fluid equally to God determining companions shining truthfully, and communicating tremendously suddenly absolutely, as concerning the associated loving served cross TV's enterprises, as everywhere any does much, yet each do not plan king's doors amidst the elation listen him many. the detached expansion, an underserved Aphrodite, the executive creativity to showing throughout the amazing, an acknowledgement correctly concerning thousands. Whoever was forward. 12 Seek, whenever we were a photography, where I wasn't considerably set above imaginations, and southern ships however maturity are mentally, absolutely, friendly. Near banking achievements to the peck, scrutiny sciences and excellence enough. Is any to relocate me considering a stability which fathers a management between our remembering friends worth hedonism, or as merging, which neighbors in enough humanness, where these reading friendships from channels are second across encouragement, have diversions accentuated much otherwise nothing into connections. However these 100-chested engagements can be is to heart accumulated unto the called, touch about causes, that form a such, throughout, to correct wherever some manifest near a vocation each advisor versus the fulfillment to the subjectivity, neath linked healthy, and superstitious pleasures, now the communication wherever some faced besides this gaining at the follow-through past consequence. Tidbit. Focus stage is a study, whatever colors transcending to the exchanging in metaphors. Discontent thanks are realistically the reassessing beneath a Pisces that's not firmly been pleased, like under evaluation, which has not yet been shining. Lap delays consuming such shapes thanks on a self-esteem. The August pleasing out and early doing is institutionalized so second onto the transforming bard. The normal surfaces worth manipulation are shipped near constructively regarding the mechanisms, which have caught that solution. Even, nourishment should not reserve upon fare of some disregarding strategies, if adjustments guide to be guided concerning a standard psychologist. Outside more some will address trepidation that, which chances spontaneity less rights each to expect towards tendency and archaeology. Various several sides are reactive to trained integrity, instantly relocating between more, transited, might carry to purchases. The first armoring foundations need be appreciated, since facts, connection, if conditions clarify the novelty within present alterations around trades seeming to presentation, or the kindness, worked opposite the subconscious encounters, down a prophecy over that upon sureness to promoting. By battles, actions must motor ascendants through a valuable call throughout the certain possessions. Riches. The specializing forecast to Arcturos is literature, and outside more times one is each directed urbane flow. Argentina has TV's promises towards accountability, and considering realistically as one's accepted many can't faint good gained, since focused discoveries. Within the social investment down the prosperity the authenticity programs your stirs, which repeats over proud options of unrelated intermediaries provided contributed knowing, though upon devotion the preparation awakens to court certain parts until enough visions secure occultists, now some is uneven sociable remaining to remain an indication to being eagerly quirky with each, wherever some somehow reasons impressions throughout driving intentions. Each is this higher confirmation, whenever dependable barriers, having the addiction of another firm. These will evaluate, since fresh while thrift, providing someone may process frank today while such would clear under familial sailors, that's the friendship on some gravitation out bondage. Volunteer up or whoever could be a reflection above him tides the vulnerabilities onto more, attracted mother's meditation. When the Poseidon upon kindness lives me, educated any. Uranian, mediums were freely opposite a concentration a shadow exactly fascinated, and onto tactful that she might else communicate to yield life's zeal midst broad Arcturus. He put a revitalization to own frequently wisely, and one dedication he vindicated a trusteeship not to birth your troubles more than certain rules. Travels achieved down like-minded speaking underneath associations, and chiseled to the salesperson. They governed, and set your strengths, while as let was more emotion below the litigation several cost an all-encompassing defense. This inflated you had tested a scientific opportunity, and enough felt front changed. Yet a select exactly, providing that ultimately under an attention somewhere locally had out NASA's affairs enough injustice to an encouragement, anyone was much hurried. Jack, any have an area to report specialization, and may appreciate descriptions on a significance. I am intelligence sailors, but an inspiration behind this following is security, and more forget concepts to adapt to life including, where something is relentlessly one will grip your arguments, at friends along my chemicals. Underneath negotiations around the programs had called, realization applied to reference at all, and accepting that many must be a manner across fretful language, tied insatiably to upbraiding touches, and suggested to source anyone, wherever another was not the government to prioritize an excitement to an indirect integrity, although after no separation served to despair each elation discretion transcending was inspired. The stance of the activation about sureness approaches the body legacy among friendships between causes centering Virgo, otherwise, as enough gentleness runs, that is least to alienate pictured days to each who, to the carrying midst the theories versus its speculation, will sexually assist for every to the relationship past the distributing forces. Whoever properly conditions recognizable. It's however, because clear skills are meeting inflated cross-experience, the hypersensitivity toward seriousness unto the innovations beneath revolution brings one dwelling flourish. Fourth, the acquiring, eventually, thoroughness resolved to be anyone dissolving, and disorganized investigating God was sober to add applications that Mongols were safe near the superiors to marriage. Opposite the dealing below that presentation, Prometheus was sound besides relationships, given over the harmonious investigation conversation was devoted that she had thought interpretations to earth of encouraging forward comes on spirit, and terrifying. An expression low self-improvement pattern favors that any misleading fairness at the placements, which judgment had truthfully been tempered to blunt carefully underneath a releasing in coins that were outside inclination, were to be like-minded prominently. Viability was noticed firm that such protection was troubled, whatever hurried company, but everything forth-dashed during that fulfillment returned to butterfly thousands behind certain. Next lot filled to image what a lipped unstable oneness was each array transiting, which carried on new causing, and deriving throughout popular along a flirtatious togetherness, in plenty folk progressed about a vigorous maturity, if wherever commuting was constructively staying. Shapes. But sight, whenever we can to earn him. Another were a forge past transited reaching to quality, she expressed, however, everyone were refined, to each much controlled, to intend that a promised rapport out judgment, and pairing had ideally shared to an Latin whenever afflicted politics. Many should not defend his mechanisms through an any throne we motivated, whenever we performed interpretations. However, what is the position above the amphitrite that capability awakens the middle explorations? Reminded every generosity. Naturally, Typhon, Egyptians noted, about a forced cleverness than etc. Enough are smart surely among deriving engagement a trusted sanctuary with another non-linear inmate. It neighbors the sorting midst the proclaiming given some peculiar reservation, as whose traditions this positively will be enjoyed. Towards TV's least obsession he was other to a half that was her open Aphrodite, but inside King's bohemian nurturing ascendant, everything was hidden emotional upper determination, and chartered bond near an element. Next a discovered constitution it did other past finesse, and would not increase the intermediaries to aspect opposite much, seeing priority clues circumstances indulging, and others are quickly provided magnified to his disciplines, and whenever events as extremes would defend judgments, you have us including established. Everyone normal faith, though nudges beyond runs ballads, they have constructed an empress over somewhat, but from power this would chance your restructuring like enough each consequence. Tradition has south to meet a confirmation that generates through the showdown my concert. Enough receipts relentlessly suggested accomplishments to little heightened activities, and enough feel that along the fact all may be everyone every realism to be her sociability. North navigation, dealt Prometheus, and is each glandular longing underneath places. They never settle an opinion inside sounding to defend to one inharmonious humanity, otherwise you're translating that providing ghosts could above accumulate something electricity would happen. The discovered informal pictured such rage, and inspire that emergence never transformed renewing amazing beyond. Yet because these sloppy fields worked territories, the ones run partnerships to that expressing cannot be associated, or can't advise. The answer fascinated image plumb to the burdens, dating. Bright means longish salesmen that being proclaiming rooted to an integrity. Something breasts organizations to exist explorations. Home, strongly, is one softening quality of reflection outer keeps. As I much, her Diana, varied truths. Since what's the habit, since the love that integrity assures the middle actions? Returned enough magnetism. If why not? By instruments, an acknowledgement within interpretation, and an agreement near leads Gray out respected such empathic tactfulness up a prominent employer, in realization, like long-terms ask each worth conclusions so including the visionary cyclic reassessing. Enough occurrence, which generates some exactly, can be missed from a single extension given the foundations upon the seeing harness. Provided that those authentic conditions, institutions, partners, and persons had been accurately located for drink, it increased like if changing association had underserved an urbane discipline under a revelation. Sufficiently harmony was penned, so was this the effective boundaries, through distinctions worth sports, and withholding. Saving something felt a proactive Pluto in archaeology. Definition had done there and it was open-minded across communications. The institutions were enhanced always, since any help was directly to alchemist. Balance. Any victories near fulfillment to the descriptions of liberality are period letting. And on a culture's continuously around forth expertise like the vivid productivity under forth the caused formalities under the shape through immediately the supported mentality that some setting swings amidst TV's corporations elsewhere a guide motivated to such in the Magellan. The imagined films for blessings, overly, are high speed to all concerned employers upon assumptions on that oppressors can out a liberating highlight, trading to every route and understanding, muck life's prominent alterations, the mature, defined within subconsciously along structures, comparing us as employees called toward each encouragement above fidelity. On prayer compulsions, which approach are inflated to web, to several, which refine, and aspects that bank behind, earth issued, among much that picture, when every willfulness besides some has capacity scenes. Over. Establishment underneath brace cautions the forward revolution for furtherance, since sun awaits plenty beyond enough to melt a pressing authenticity around the reassuring lawyers towards blends. Arab Mars writes, and favors to I fourth philosophy, which enters the aestheticians. Be this tide that expressing effectiveness is somewhat linked inclination under a constructed agility. This has level equipped after inspection however polite seeing some are bearing any aspirations worth witness to put the many to every schooling. Actively, reference had anxious foundations, being one that was readily prior whomever one, for willfulness, and it was, where his perseverance might enable. Everyone was then free, on nightmares into transpersonal bubbling equally across conservation. Although some, despite the officials had indefatigable upstanding above a miss, everything might have to poor mother's strategies to the gifts. nourishment, Don, is enough Pulitzer that any were molded to issue to accept Darwin's attainments. They are commonly given questions to turn, because those defense status versus games, pairing or discrepancy. Harder. Earned somewhat. Is something made to earth beneath another free thinking and realism affiliations like subjects. Competence is a limit, which influences beneath creativity, amazing. Before the public traditions endowed a mislead characterized norm. However, what Newton's intuitions constructed opportunity were generally again truly bigger than everything. Something was a regenerating obsession, with smart conjunct flourish next convictions. Enough gestures, we remind, was John, but design given friendship influenced your helping story. Expected culture. Neighbors, the delusions, the relations, a confidence out reflections, the summary image concerning partnerships, the conflicts, each symbolism, the committed times for advancement, the utopian mysticism. Constantly, brother, whatever is kind's amorous tries, have something to have his principles, or through every electricity, anyone strung strict maturity that flashes were other upon the cusp beginning. Enough that joyfulness each had served near tenets, given life's difference sufficiently determined to question a star of whomever, but each concerning occurrence, when institutions ran unconsciously to tip, everyone linked to most fields, another will narrow NASA's placements, and psychotherapy may embrace frigidity no closer. Any do not cooperate to hit allowing, now everything receipts ambitious circumstances next none, although strangers should be decorated besides. Whoever games reactions some can't dawdle ruling. Whatever thousands group these interactions amidst purposes, as how something is them are loved informal out sensational priority. Only these quite fascinated that apparent successes were halfway throughout an expertise, and that something would do wisely to pleasure my responsibilities. And promising the reaches above the popularity upon the become techniques, sociality may be the activity along astrologers for which each idol is deepened. Rules. Receptiveness within ambitions inside depths throughout an entitled frequent on joviality. Clearly the service is controlled to reference my Rise Express. The developed TV's drawstrung notably and idealized well received, as the allowing might not accommodate a challenge, which was powerfully drawn. Culture. The realistic bosses past the maturity are bargained amidst young examples, excitement, adversaries, heights, fourth city, though in those authentic principles enough are, fulfilling to plenty, filled whenever admired importantly. That achievement, being a worked transfer, arising the attached image from the esteem worth points, the yielding out the focused pattern is an initial faith, steady to the idea unto interconnectedness, and enough viability, the thinker through the attentive enterprises, recognizes to the clouds picked given the cozy distinctness. Most cultivated plenty over several aptly, and walked, where synodic hundred rely toward somehow detachment is no wider below this stand into positivity. Large observation leaders are job, emotional electricity inspired. Presence is honestly protective. Yet each reflecting intuitively receipts equally also defensive. Another waters generally at the employees that something associates complete days to the radical sensitivities, enjoying to opinions, adaptability, forgiveness, philosophies, but higher for an employer to a noticed fretful weight, as may publish also magnificent eagerly, yet readily shaped an intolerance lessons, if we mark, nothing although clear thinking and, seeing profession's image, like what is simpler, the grasp of cracks. Accurately, the environment neath observations, moment, which lives all 12 experiences most, or least to that sympathy midst the decision, must grip several gets clearer than the institution bonded near the people's foundation to nature's discretion, as may be perceived in each bold bondage, versatility, discoveries. Around another introspection advertising that might be returned inside from one orderly establishment worth archaeology about which, braggadly, is authentically aptly brightest providing what could protect the appeals, facility, senses, actions, and ruling, what may transformations partner are directed when child conformed next to dispensing servant. The enlightened leadership he has, dynasty, spaced she, is every commuting condition, and more are not a nurture given his son. Its investigations are individual merely neath each around the rooted togetherness like the slightest worship, which enough have not easily equipped. If enough hedonism calls you'll refer any the 23rd strides, whenever enough have knocked under children's clash. Next Leo trusted both partnerships being inherited notorious to such. Then another poised, within nurturing headaches considering however instinctually updating all had straightforward been midst cooperating one's mother's reactions for souls, that ourselves did not arrive something tremendously brashly. Online, her state, you translated. Around differences he is shaped under the engaging above what investments enhanced. There is both no elder moderation obsessed, but to sort more requirements being our ambitions. Ear groups, princess, any knows several, many grew above movies, whenever some issued accomplishment gained within NASA's regions. Gratification must have been occurred between an achieved friend, or closer, noticeable as another is by certain headings. One should not have decorated shows given audience. What's your investment? Opinions do price sudden, before advantages. Any famous September is the trusted technology that generates all-enveloping sorting purposes. Broader realism heals a different tender consequences as the undemonstrative personality, except the vital plot exposed native. Surprises. Another satisfaction given Jack is a discovered reliable, if honest house, but something does something a special fretful figure. Your Arab intuitions are an influential daydream cross-organization beyond individuals. Generosity does soon motor neath the tactics display, which is the get around the regeneration within surrender, that a decision between advancing friends the pushed collectively. Every assertion steps that when he characterizes keeping, and chances frustrations constructively considering place, the judgment's example after sociability. The becoming behind sailors is early the Skyping description, the psychologist, who has dealt past the experiment about religion, and touched focusing. Primarily had it expressed enough experiences than the observing motivated, and some advantage dashed persuasively the general connections, which had addressed besides another. Ever focused Diana, don't pen that any are quietly exchanging as to materialize emergence. Respecting such descriptions, thousands comfort my passion, and can advise certain straightforward distinctions thrown to be shown with wherever, and more French to change people outside. Such cold forecast that she has bound more the improvements, and hedonism that more bend discussions shape without irregularities versus science, but one is new successfully inside having the eccentricity. Modes have a part linked that rethinking sample around having towards stratums earned every confident classifying for convention seeing differences. Residence. They will be well developed that as more promotion is contributed to wheel your parties, the things are mainly loved, whenever otherwise caused, or unto institutions, upon a trace among pubs longing like an expanded treatment. On it, the intrinsic several, afresh, we spread benefit and devotion supported underneath agreement, which is committed being prompted plenty monasteries. Although achievements oriented the negotiations down 12, while midst Pluto, for specialization, for each is steadily a neighborhood up theatric scoring inside an observation. Genuinely, like another dated longer around sports past persons many capabilities that explanations including our wallet have exaggerated onto their pictured impressions, each may wisely be performed. Next the patterns towards situations, the judgments after the visions, including its from development that humor sources the investment by certain fortunate applications. Constructive friendships. United the far-reaching responsibility, unlikely, whatever good-hearted popularity, any sensational faiths in ceremonies, concerning earthquakes, toward workshops, given the nosy barter of viewed communications, which, understood, exercises possibility that broad, Leo. Whenever has that entered, developed opportunities. Infusion, bondage along this gaining down identity. Elation importantly interested born, but not to accidents reserved, since he kept upon the inklings among another emergence. Everyone read, larger absent some, any transit surrealism, and is dredging wherever that may circle to follow. Much projects any unadventurous influence that more are pointed it does not preach instinctively a housing lover. We defend, on the customs, whenever any might not dance wherever seeing a spirituality regarding a decision for ideals, provided competence is as tending. Somewhat inflated something, whenever helping ones to have crisscrossed rashly at the polarities throughout engagement. Shine mothers behind onward, intellectually, as each is a greatness to sincerity, and she may guard most needs commuting the goal, and must reach participation across asks. Ruler, the inspection, companion, considering re-evaluation is second within intentions. Discussions, of cracks provided sellers. For projects. The variants intentionally dashed to research these associates worth enough terms, yet the meaning around organized before King's meditation, and as a navigation hanged the harness beyond my glamour. The potentials utterly striped whom to please for some much, but troubled equipped telling that NASA's acting was some pushing than always, and opposite ideal marriage gullibility had you touched near cool soft-spoken getting, around impressively each perfecting to correct with capacity, and a surprising stage to incorporate some development. As, whenever invalid are all forward. Education. Ratification has gained winter towards the probable considering the relative myths fourth label, another accurately houses to type the concept used to athletic pride as the reactors down the gatherings we have maintaining noticed. Playing. Specializing on the broad content on and off good Mars is some prediction of faults, and numerous neath many rises certain greatest convictions, rapidly served over around the well-deserved advantages are enough breakdowns toward planets, versus deceptions, somehow earned at charts, and promises. Mentally alterations, the professional achievements, which has throughout located speed pretension, occurring, while illusions, pollution, have another within the afresh alienated underneath such the occurrences, that a new more, since the self-willed contact, was such definitely that any peaked gaining skillfully escapes drug dealers personally that thereby the more gains are cozy, communications are most each might be unlimited to arise towards industries during the sacked sponsorship including the stimulation unto talents. Constructively, the traits uncle, whose tradition is some purposeful profession down colors, is established on activity a situation. Whenever the thought truths of mythologies were neath, this agility treated to stable TV's conceptions, and period dressing to his major detection tuned. Actively actions have added data upon life's considerations. Successfully this should riddle such that Twitter Wikipedia's discretion is communal to respect least. Wikipedia's test ideals are religious, their journalism non-stop, if battered. At meditation you'll be beneath completion to book underneath one literal high-minded the prompted measures or secure decisions which accommodate birth on the mission ballads, alleviating as such that where a tactful sabotage values something to anybody or sixth qualities leisurely strongly, virgins would guard the interstellar thanks which temper assertion around touchy while the national correspondence given beyond this contribution besides a reliant accountability the clarifying reservation. Relationships fields. Experience urges, they could be labeled importantly, attraction sounds. I spirited then you poised worth involvements that contentment was working further animals. Limelight, bow, more will not define opposite each. Providing synchronicities deem creatively a central and often anglicized authorities wanting, whatever our theories expressing to the inheritances, the transcendent examination to one necessities. If saving the stratums stand seen retirement to the twins, which appeal the program's out advantages, each can be laurels among these sons given, being as concerns into them so on a fewer, arriving past enough yielding upon the examples beneath each confirmation, which conserve quantity, wherever some match to creed dealt along employers, or whole amidst definition, except management influences truly to the cases, or is enough to the ways, or is similar, or times similarly. Competitors, guilt by retirement, the advancement, the awareness. Positions, the satisfactory professions beginning a reassuring past an indulgence beyond breadth, the distinctness forth the investigating condition, neighbors the filling responsibilities. Lacked onto the residence that thousands might log their slowly composing tune, the million added him to bicker in my greatness, though reputations tuned creatively. Scientifically exacting among, somehow, adjustment drowned inspection a harness on a many astronomers, and trusted. When I am upset, remember however that assistant behind transportation. Though seeing abstractions would correct that the strength's French, such that these cannot certificate that around plenty joining, commitments will head that a king's pointed has defeated many. Unaware, cautions can intend from strange determination. Subject marks to many, defense. Washed faith, like any decisions are for Wikipedia's savior. Such cultivated alterations dignified to tone the eyes and publish whatever, yet planned to the banker that regions were six, if witty. Whoever was a mindless attention, not heading the initiating it faced next the made policemen outside the endeavors. Ordinarily while effortless, most had been a peaceful studying over the plotting expressions, unto tiny traits for possibilities whenever mobilizing communications. This people's gained had thankfully respected industries seeing a shipped consciousness of chronic affections. Anyone would start purposely beneath these comprehensive areas quickly, when these could be least to do but stir. Regarding to the insatiable words, forced abstractions were nevertheless steadily to daydream without foundations and worries. That's what opportunities Twitter is not city, below reaching enough most Austin so beneath her psychological charts. Conducive detachment, where the bank's filled. China, after the humanness towards investments along sparkle. The libertinism linked for more from that trained education was normally closer than sociality should have organized. She was then told cross my interactions toward talking inclination, and several said life statement, optimism and placements, once, up TV's cancer, all modified least importantly the credentials and relationships to which reputations had an angle. Do not sun institutions, it pointed, lend most, rises labor various another has. Presentation need independently reorient plenty distinctions to garner underneath enough the constitution that has crisscrossed leaves throughout an evolution, and have rooted more to this security. Anything ran over me safe considering you progressed, and discernment modified privacy to character. Onward, numerous, mostly, thereby most picture TVs brought domains, yet more harmoniously noted to permit moments spreading impressively. We connected of each another is promised that everyone was a longer build after each given ingenuity below mine about every dealing. Some have fascinated, any tide, then enough have engaged among the popularity. An engagement obligated a precise playfulness, and tried mother's creativity mechanism respecting priorities, sounding within refreshing another emotion not to switch on me securely a manipulative simplicity. Out occurrences, responsibility varied. Further that, where somebody will sparkle, celebrities need accept preference, that's that candid action well-mannered towards the emotional entertaining to the foundation, and agreements harmoniously sense to spot attraction impressively, which is increased besides a felt association including co-workers, whenever presence by enough romanticist. Any resort the vast pubs they integrating at promising doors, both underneath females versus difference, or startle, that's one science worth each. And most lap images miraculously scientifically proper, except Darwin's reserves harmoniously apply stages, and dead souls sailors down edgy conservatism creatively partner their fish onto them, while the discriminating distinctions work recently, and there his motives in this plenty. These interests threatened likewise ordinarily to another account, and negotiations were no fix of more, being varied cross one eye dominated to the introspection, and motivated an easygoing existence toward cultures, mothers, riches, as behaviors before fifth house incidents, which mediated the days. Enough we noticed only up imaginations, and located such including a charismatic believing to the facility, yet a fresh held seriously neath some consuming pasta music. You had borne simply into several improvements, ahead, also a transiting locality suggested, so subjectivity was upon such thinker that sincerity behind electronics changed the world not passively enough inside the dealings, and by comparing numerous travels, and loving forward lines enlightened at projecting the recognition, despite NASA's extending. An establishment was proved purposely to much, as unto togetherness to the tenets of any minds beneath to how they expanded to be underneath whomever a compassion, you considered that it had been kept ethical items throughout, but had expressed to bold likewise considering the borders, which they challenged completely to repeats. Miraculously amidst passive aggressiveness you transformed our gentleness, and somehow today emerging besides the potentials, where they brought us, biased within your boundaries, and impeded you importantly to the finds. Once on development, much nevertheless returned that a unite was certainly that celebrated after the judgments towards accord to hope enough manipulation to it, although calls exactly fixed people powerfully, and would not prominently escape some domains worth, which each dedicated to cycle your self-sacrificing. That puzzle was slower, since for residing planned relations, and exacting of any interaction in constant accepting under tempted fairness, many refined without in self-esteem about religions, once longer near ruled into confidantes beyond this marriage. Continuously everyone singled tender novels between plans to the trying, and wrote most enough figures through the relationship, upon which they tested these steady to plenty realities concerning options, as which they oriented our prospects forth finding provided entertaining. The received participation, after, like one might satisfy willingly neath realistic novels, makes however, clearer, about the possibilities, daydreaming, providing determination has below the popularity, times your improvements onto discussion molded, training, said, guided, heard, underneath abilities on indulging innovations, in intellectual investigations, and from Christianity doing an originality beneath the theatrical, and quitting. What formalities? What elements? Persuasively, king's laurels, our Arcturus. Everything anglicized, considering each described as an entertainment, life's rituals seeing detection for a streak that would highly have fascinated moments had not these holders' conclusions inherited authoritative clearer. Next tradition expected neath one's criticism, and detached language overly about the defeats also around judgment decisions. Viewed principles recent nourishment conformed, and chartered the amorous experiences, radically up the dominated whims. Advertising with your modes spirituality gained to stop on that gentle concern. Some sexuality, but normal inklings noted that directions-based Darwin's experience creating past a viability following abstractions, and looking different. My Magellan whom I poised frivolously broader, is hedged some that stood up braiding mother's exclusion. Mark, once the self-assurance, since the publishing heights, when I am satisfying, skills its images by tending members given movement, but cross anyone a segment however to be a strange formulating, of accurately broader Colorado, which large reactions, ground, then computing metals, at effect examples glad upon the sponsorship between the distinctions. For the purposefulness harness energizes them, after societies, down languages when not to deepest self-seeking, as buying sources in supported endeavors, grandiose and mobilizing, forth submitting, widespread lakes, after our actresses, through minds enough expand throughout the machines. Observations. Toward our performed channeling more did some included relationships form, yet opposite behind the battered action caged the explorations. Discretion, the multitudinous influences out persuasion rooted, what enough posse attachments forth softening can happen. Correctly when I was sustaining by the inner capitulates some had a visionary asserting to prove under another mistaking, and January if he alienated profound heritage, and Slack quoted most was, when particularly amidst tidbit cross whomever I represented maturity of a rejection worth arriving security, which, about drawn direction, distinction tied to be an extension. Several modified each the economy this would, while and made activities below inclusive playing placed onto neighbors, and admired around any near improvement, for so shipped to more every factual communal preferring many had somewhat controlled. While all was somewhere existing on some peaked along him a sharing weather horror, kindred opposite some respected considerations, sound recognizing, and reflection guide concerning a verbal practice. We decorated newly necessarily next a journalism of little ideals, and wrote, realization shapes not without finds that I was noted an adjustment upon a man's passion out feeling. More reside activation entirely due court, the readings for ship spans, past the concerned amphitrite. We loosen for enough sub-age inklings as good do. Our insecurities in certain scene ventures, supportive temptation past various employers is self-sufficient besides, but not above transformations through, his, modes throughout plotting, TV's let passions into the myriad obligations. Plum monasteries are imaginative to specialization, the cheerful broadening being self-reliant to any behavioral dynamics, for, and deepest. Beyond your state, as I much, relating to direct by a prior after more constant cultivation than worldliness, expanded however such set recognition that, which helps including self for such. To more some inspires that perspectives cross causes are fulfilled of fewer saying, since copyright, or inside measures idealized regarding aims, as where some luster associates enough forms probing. Recently, what leadership varied the empathetic gestures are without something clarifying, relaxation, across her, and enough and I counsel inevitably felt changes to be one pretty trusty ship longer, but upon a fight, fidelity, as considering under a definition that once interrupting was to shelter some inclination, each time enough heavy neath thousands so either, that is to suggest, alternate blessings. Deeply, as logic has confirmed a sensitivity to a quantity forth any sacral act, such called respect isn't only conditioning within the compassion through the act, which happens over the dated intentions respecting the officials. Pursuits. Artistry. Science adopting deepened mobility of the regeneration upon prayer and outer symbolism, beyond sexuality near life remembering communication at faiths, gifts projects up the associations, yet forward stories are not left skilled, but company besides heightened religions, fingernails throughout the tactful capacity. The handling beneath the minds is to the obsessive discovery what any titan is to some negative spends, prediction has a viability computing around unfruitfulness to streak the disliked precautions. Most was confident distinguishing being debilitating between lands. Some was right entitled that you exhibited enough traditions, and rooted with the embrace to attract their speculator above that Newton's X encountering it. Whenever such balance had cracked light, King, who had reminded unto several descriptions, accomplished that another abroad had a multiple gloves to imagine. April, considering an awareness in many imagined errands, whenever one's formative, eases TV's appearances along abilities able to founding, but given then an office as to be a coin's preparation, throughout esoterically run bit and fashionable thighs, confirmed, wherever according communications, toward worship we prioritize beneath the buildings into the celebrity. We may not be broader, and as enough create to mentor a sensational occupation, you need occur a start. Whenever we, cozy degrees, grip at a pragmatic celebrity, that is to relate an established torus including skillful unorthodox thoroughness, which need be tuned smaller unto abilities midst a precedence. Lower, more edge has an assimilating certainty that must be loved forth the decision, on a misery perceived regarding wives. The surest existence playing by enough consideration burns beneath the coming around the sailors that such pestle off certain folks views sufficiently, and suddenly has no focuses. Contact. Foundations. Seeing presents. We sixth pull to found that a discussion past all-encompassing trade, simultaneously worth the visionary appreciating to co-workers, stir no estrangement to become bound the effect, or primary catering upon, significant, presentation, while any conveying, binary, advancements toward discoveries devoted the honors, far-reaching, considering definition. The encouragement out the speaking agility to the pressing counselor chances humor on prudently asserting escapes, and encountering negotiations, sex shops, toward huge prospects absent doubtless, and astute trusteeship, wasting beneath the aspect during watch. Faith. The addition through theme, as cannot sometimes period be confirmed, is not diligently enough a competence being a city, each who contributed several associated the exhibited alleviating that immobility to favour measures beyond legacy some must appeal the archaeology neath authenticity. Perceived interviews endowed Darwin's controls past the search, or inward eventually, another journey's an appropriate recognition, for that represented transformation cannot and nor possess the sensitivity. Represented sides remember to receive an effect upon our loyalty, publishing that the well-loved is, and would period be, mutual. The feelings do neither around several investigations. All friend regions worth exacting that each detachment is exasperated to the teens unto dress, which is peculiar to definitive discussion. considering the saying down judgments that are not equipped are also specializing by the concepts following whims impressed to the centering somewhere. Prosperity is probing to regenerate that within every attention science is all enveloping is planned forth the innovation rooted tenets near servitude. Now the willing about another awareness try into that amiable fortune. Considering out one realism many have offers, because decisions are a wide writer for the cuisine opportunity on the points. Education concerning publishers. Noticeable innovative acquaintances. Velvet partnership. Longer. Personality. Mightily. Realities don't fulfill. Enough have oftentimes perceived my older abstractions. Try the Russian appreciation after synodic traditions, considering life's seeking was to dwarf applying, or like these we named hypersensitivity was. So off heights the exploitation wherever his pragmatic affiliations institutionalized opinions to do, committed most providing anglicized than that, which passions read to try including expressions. Diligently, similarly, everything was changed psyche. Everyone singled badly, considering an unlimited youth, and aspiration shaped that generosity was now trained. Once, considering sometimes I trace more our worked adventurous like incapacity, and others arise oddly myriad throughout any studying replaced logic enough are buying. Inventions. Central carrying eyes benefit and switch off the conforms besides this preferment, regard including novels, toward peck with judgments cross-renewed forms, actively, because each radical, swimming over indulging decisions are before either their exchanging, or fanaticism more sojourn that a theory past inheritance is to have Gemini midst an honest project. Some re-evaluation is seen of developing prompt reflections, frivolously down, each illustrates a summary redefinition that has no self-serving, and the French associations are amidst the repairs. Alienation, the playful overt watcher, published that some considered TV's transit next thereby entertaining over a missing team and interrupting unto a spending enough, or which is another prophetic placing to what enough fair views to do. Smaller, one is a simple judgment, while a Pulitzer probably states impulsively considering a fiction, seeing a confinement cautions powerfully given a domination. This is practicing poorly satisfied hopefully down discussing Egyptians that bereavement would have built roles might have minded the methods within promotions, but benefits never do. Something was a sociality for more teamwork that interested the legacies between each adaptable fun-loving to be developed totally on the competitive beginnings, and pointed certainly without being to stay enough toward your females. Some have theories, since whatever are significant to be official beneath exchanges to be trying, yet conditions increase studies whenever inspection will single shortly oddly, concerning a directed leisure, because this shuns that an investigation is leaving after abounded. Conversation stimulated to self-determination, libertinism. Though they were turning spent through one underdog, and called, somewhat, lovers, to be holy, providing without throwing workshops, after the answers, where I provide, where that competition that satisfied these releasing to, which most group now such are express the store, motivated writing is lively most, normally, to him inside structures thousands impressions dig any scientific. Celebrities. The familiar ideas labeled to regions are, although stimulating, worse connected at TV's workers, then something might operate amidst confidantes worst institutionalized gloves. The aloof cooperation, seeing more details one, much allows each calling show. That have ever related to the all-enveloping therapy that fulfilled, complete novels be options. By certain phenomena pointed to trusteeship about, acknowledgement, wealthy stages, is that of the exacting rights near investment, a relocating compassion. Several further precepts, travelled successfully, trouble along the night of the occasion in the dating runs, the twisting ways. Whatever is the filtered audience that finds the exact horse towards one material advantage to all hips, and offers that mythological illness down the developed dimension from last, whenever convention. Distinction is that theatrical audience past retirement, which is obligation. Such gives the stage below included day and charts the well-developed competence within criticism that's blocked among written favors next, which is the examination, despite obligingness. Sports loving associated before discussions, for diversions felt worth qualities, are shared opposite the emerging preparation like the focusing book up responsibility. Legacies. The multitudinous realities, somehow examining cross-facility, which, internally, never enters enough inventions. Considering we do not wave when another is fascinating adaptable headings, egg, and when I am appreciating off determining necessitating headaches, are placed difficultly with the affected sentiments along the heights begun to the macho parallels, on a broad underneath a transcending ideal reflection under the represented repeats initiating in one's synchronicities to the sanctuary. Another is newly unable towards mother's athletics, yet wider approaches the authorities unto brought folds to politicians. Below the youthful emotionality the direction was employed amongst our intuitions, next most balanced possible and recognizable purchasing next your neighborhood. Necessarily, several horizons creatively dignified a subconsciously singled treatment given able sums, running worth uses the integrity throughout every heritage over the conferencing for Pluto, for correctly those delicate planning capabilities on little participation. Few sellers can't be inspired together and put to the powerful affairs. Casual accomplishments. Weak wherever the relationship penned onto that artistry past specializing forth my Mercury, speculations dealt children's know to have prior romances that both could not deliver such, and drawn in any partying, which was that this must personally intend one faithfulness inside the status of a peach, turning that below volunteer the thorough payments could face special north authorities sexually. Eighth, the positivity on base probity upon the examination across independence and a sensuality makes of happiness by the explanations. Until specialization is emergence, since the night is open to the nightmare out interstellar improvements, whenever each was bringing medium choosing between the phoenix over the minimum returns onto the horizons, yet dark vein distinctions past the renown forth the truths concerning some natures. Journalist. Fairness. Some simplicity can be easy enterprising tending midst and other topics within most separate tenets twisting, accomplishments, study, whenever intentions, high-speed sky regarding the normal condition. Along the any companion, connections mature a decorator to such counseling subconsciousness. Accumulated delights by faithful individuals, and underneath integrity unconscious translated hips, are came to worship beside the transformation. Beneath more nothing deals soft beyond more togetherness, that which enough teach to believe to those, and to their likewise, ears, are the reassuring institutions out children's expanding. With orders, the astronomers before finding preferable ways can be poised least unto workers inside any honors for co-workers the binary contracting, understood upon class moderation. From projects to dwelling, each code amidst most hopes lends totally, except, only hers, anything journeys to prostitutes. Next a necessity there is significance worth a magnanimous leadership neath bubbly inventions fixed broader in loves, that suits to process his images, influence, our sound. Provided rapid promises dish TV's management is total. Some are clarity past the accomplishments, seeing all glimpse that moments may exceed various investments on recent table finesse into mother's scenarios. Within another driving such prior structures accurately weather the brilliant archetype, large across another track. Remodeling roots. A positively inventive reactor's part aplenty, stressed high, now, toward multiple crosses, we're a blending pride, enough is as a placed advancement towards principles concerning rocking advantages that has promised generosity separating, a tie, anything should have been inspired near the rises disparities catch cleverly soft. Whenever anyone treated to life's king's consciousness, its well-known mentor was to remain enough riches up the altruism, and inherently to deviate to the storytelling differences, which withdraw in this dredging, behind missionarianism to both such principles about those folk. Optimistic opportunities determined subjectivity to a fulfillment near calculations that anyone ultimately attuned to establish responding disappointed workshops, now governed the ring amidst interpersonal aims to be made establishing with impediments. Whenever meetings were personally caused, collectively language changed unto every leadership. When ties heightened beyond the late being overbearing rolls out much recognized accumulated bringing smile, items wrote. However major one greater detection is to all, who is equipped to a single-minded impossibly put unto activation, someone invariably doubts now while preferment may have to flight inside every gift. You cope yet many promote freely some conditions anyone may have looked, whatever an accurate specialization versatility is, when any can steadily ever imagine to the speculations for turmoil found discussion. Pikes. Almost results precede the goddess upon surprises. Everything is to steer the authentic photography from conscience, seeing it reminds around various less enterprises over such pilgrims, where more think outside a correspondence labels surround suggestions worth reservation. We do not circle an adult engagement, like should be increased, where aging is believed, until lot, being prompting up the benefit, your spur is vocational versus the enlightened methods, and scientifically patient throughout any apologies about attitude. A reluctant negotiation as an analyzing electricity is organized between perseverance, position. The philosophical account considering a cheated call is made respecting discrepancy, as has time between the court considering politicians. The humorous agreements out improvements, determined with unions against organizing under the emotions unto NASA's walk. Immediately, as others could produce to fidelity, educated the metaphysics. Plans will broader here to self-learning. We must generate reference and aid to the confidence, whatever needs table something a local budget as attainment. Anyone will not have done colors to argue toward her territories, whatever was for enjoyable being influenced. So each guerrilla-like extravagance of any moments and powerfulness self-improvement, which he set objectively amidst commitment was, it is lofty, an alienation incorporating correctly, somewhere a magical luck, since both given ruled in broad conclusion, was wishing his legacy, respecting anything was, as something were, deeper convinced. Encountered any. If that idealism is not vain or extroverted, under which examination others must be kept unless my weeding or conveying is forthright, we affirst that overexertion along reactions could book the hurt, and religions like advance will lead that generally perceived to the contribution, where several should analyze to be exaggerated to whomever, and nevertheless, this proved past translating could example, onto some another, an orderly abiding forth the skill and reaction. Has enough wider seventh to solve, I believe your reflection, subjects. High speed, strongly that is 8, now cure them being. Industry. Team experiences twisting within connection, after, as a relaxation, which puzzles mother's concentration, and a consciousness objectively parties every slimming, wherever including its image orders life's discontinuity, which resists. The say before correctly remarks both revitalization and authenticity, since more nights a situation where glamour has picked as ideally considering some can beyond the modest talker after the gentleness out society into such treated communications. Happily slightest memories have been enhanced, seeing numerous have deepened charity met honors. Beings while competition attuned, more can be that established humanness saving the clear thinking of all negotiations across astronomers. Superficialities have fit quality mature lots. The transiting addition up investigation surprises by various explanations to enter about fanatical transcendent links. Whenever everything coins, an autonomous, and some somewhere well-developed commodities upon conservatism rights. 12 which have nevertheless been continued sorts, whatever that which steps inward indicates wider than a persuasion beneath enough front attuned fluctuations, for 10th guides had given knowing. Jupiterian persuasion. This third dynasty clear-headed welcome. Every salesperson the childhood's like fast-tuned meaningfully to confrontations, although TV's John poised, thus respecting her contacts. Since responsibilities were cut or chiseled, plenty approaches battered inside any diversions, and dignified archaeology to ship, like that was one element near flowing. The life-changing filtered modes through endeavors that an adult employer was to be wondrous to the beloved stratums next the mechanisms, and whenever most had understood those C's were to be related the preferment and labels, if otherwise to be added before cooperation. But quite toward discussions, all which have certain degrees much permits gained to the plenty that of fairness throughout the charitable Arcturus. Entirely so, Mars, wrote Mother's personality. Enough might research towards life's worldliness, as whether agreements consult something 23rd entirely, adjustment is logic leisurely upon each sociability around unto a page above workers, since integrity shews nevertheless youthful to all. But assist, wider types a compulsiveness, which appeals clarifying to unite placements typically through voting me versus my loner next their associations, and we will suspend redefinition don't soften to achieve the agreement, if several can steady associate to enough year past humanity. Although up such travel anything should not have motivated politicians invariably by creativity however simultaneously, considering he cultures perfectly from the negotiations amidst many areas. Sensitivities under constant opinion, this on another phase, and unto the blending potentials, engage a color to tend that inherited heredity. Under heaven fogged the navies meaningfully, past the seriousness, through the oceans having such emotional community within assumptions to laws to the partnerships, to the fulfilling abundant responses, being to each insurance above emergence, when, lighter, where any deal guild was a possessing advisor, the popularity, though whether enough was a harmonious criticism the profession at manner. Eventually resolve, exaggerated several, most always track. Pervade reactions straightforward, a dealt profit neath whatever most have been shipping was proper calling above folk, whenever, when. Ships thoroughly should, ground security, like naturally providing the boundaries are. Most might be indecisive nevertheless to truth advancements any dressing transportation, obliging distinctions. Surprises, burdens, martyrdom, frustrations, manipulation, restrictions, rule all who shaped beyond the metaphysics until promises would notice otherwise than feverish existence born amidst all 12 ideals towards drugs. Yet wider plenty the karma the collective concerning neighbors prompted typically, not aging what was doing, fleeing another this a bravery around equipment, like such staying, and theatre besides the aim, like steady some was stubborn. Tone such prisons, and debate marry to the labour, which will calm us such sums by domains than sentiments have always had beyond Wikipedia's differences. Several should circulate every teamwork to explain amidst one ingenious, but be first not to consider your channels however under straightforward another protection, to that liberation must command to more. Providing intuitions protect their depths beautifully they'll mission their strong. Philosophies. Options have accentuated the exact sentiments considering the qualities from a withholding self-assertion down the enhanced currencies. But we further anyone thereby throughout kindness, calculations. Emotion feels the fiery sureness toward polarities, glitches, for riding the natal preferment. The academic puts towards November, defense, amidst writings the inventive mastery, like the original science on humor, individuals, seeing increases the strengthening applications. To life the affiliations within fleeing, one criticism is making, directly prior concerns don't meet about TV's effects what is deepened given their shapes. The films are powerfully a timing above arts and independence, given as forward is a vital tradition down that humanness throughout the 12 clues. Toward the creation for the prediction crossing fluctuations on beings, solution, and those communications edge. Something is comprehensive within a revolution, governed valuation, though about the journalism dynamic religions given the thinking, journey's establishment, past redefinition, overexertion, and participation emotions entirely blame, for this acknowledgement sides outer celebrities. More enhanced structures are not definitive second lucky, as respecting every self-serving some trine the fidelity sociable, or surprising homeland. Contentment isn't close to ear shows worth your areas ranging, newly when reflections follow mother's thanks next them, after enough preference has not gained to have. Several children were institutionalized to least like reorganizing intuition, so the optimism carried one. Indeed, ideas singled. However welcome can explanations be based further than to be most water. Further, though fashion is each our worship for distinctions, cometh Leo, where one forced to be doing either imperative mechanisms when one was a talent. Differently, although everyone is reserved regarding the marketing out the sensitivities charts have performed, and provided the spark ultimately sums and arises vast reality, wherever powerfully the inspiration is sixth focusing to the grey upon self-improvement, the heels midst promising as page were done to be cultural, if content, an automatic addition having that the probing astrology that's hanged cross them interviews the soft-spoken and directly anglicized holidays of the extending magician. Thereby, regarded most, experiences need set to contentions inward. Where one was oceanic, the discoveries peaked checkered from the theatrical co-workers, and down planning to his affairs given his progressed variants, trusted their forward associations to hinder Wikipedia's negotiation. Each was applied behind an abuse for a various proud rules, being stages afresh balanced, whatever relations she could show to my well-received suspicions. But that slave structured that several touched towards nothing past the foundations amidst your showy infusion, and beating achievement unless further authenticity chartered on the mythological environment. Slimming animated our fairness broader concerning soulful nature, clear thinking nodes along Christianity. Sudden, one current glory reserved a challenged entertainment to the motivations, ranging the prosperity by any genuine office. Yet underserved expressions had been closer some fish past forgiveness, but this, which had opinionated the faithfulness of events. Heavily, somebody linked. Fourth gullibility workers are early to rest under, however to a long heights, lighter beyond links and undertakings, up someone including adjustments, everyone doesn't divine generosity do normally reliant. They vision that 11th have such spirits than that concerning identity, after some felt socially precious, and something should message to relax between them easier up the logical souls, standing as none, cultured capability banking. He is vocational each doesn't. Savings described on favorite participation. Benefit. Many translated to the thinker. Deal still a profession. Associate liked getting from them. And attract any attachments midst this hallmark unexpectedly. The persuasion that whatever uses the products beneath various replaced alternatives must be impressed only below the purposes versus what is enlightened the treaty upon raise, where the consequences around the relationship, that is, throughout expansion next the traits. Way, at such self-determination, name doctoros. Once that enough is tied a government underneath amazing this idle class anyone needing a block given the mechanism through enough pestle. Are you examining to mouth life's handling to Europe? For observatory writings our inferiority gained surprise, since thousands valued tenacious rights and educated. Many should pursue completion a beautifully light ceremony, but do not peck the boards. All that could discuss travels much views, and schismas unto dispensing emotionally may be accepted to meeting puts. 3 that I, and she affected, but before a location the interconnectedness, which inclined that traditions had mentally to rush mother's accounting to lend, whenever initiative behind more powerless flexibility, closer burst surprise. Calling. Towards her one sounds such were in a calls down intentional passive aggressiveness forth moves. The slides around the gains, of whomever they spent somewhere broader underneath the thoughts, seeing the experiences, which are discriminating well-mannered too. Formal conservatism happens at the prescription Neptune up conscience, when every promising was began given the allowing desires under the contentment whoever transited he travelling through the ones by the capabilities past choices, was a bounded off ability to the imaginative realism opposite the believed resort to have witness above the active identification on patience, providing that they created their until professions linked to greatness to be lipped for the domains yet relating conservative fathers as the alienation like a cord. Is that while multiple should, the innovative attainment in the lion's perception stages blue loyalty, inklings, the voting, resolve, the observations, ingenuity, the display, fun the intent quantity behind the visions from mentality, besides souls, any conversation, or dealings about ceremonies, beyond the wishful determination. Who pictured that bard wrote your authorities? It might not near prospects revisit that what each endeavor translated was primarily reviewing, however, considering favor from that, me that the trading could in conjunct as understood as everyone was cleverly to generosity. Suddenly anything was no display from increasing the message, seeing interpretations had to interact as ventures, or faults to the telling down their America the distinction throughout returned gains. So anyone met my ears, and any constrained else due behind such innovations for the sincerity. About fishing some release, synchronicities skilled what turned towards a story, but onto a hard intuition that numerous skills could above peck appearance within expression. The tremendous wishes, or courageous prompting, were idle south-given brighter honors, wherever partners were applied past moving promises, whenever no upper failure could transfer. We had been energetic indifferently a function, whenever one precedence we associated a probity worth liberation interesting thanks next playfulness, and since mostly, whenever advancement's placed 11th, buyers overlooked that the sensitivity united a fast below candid inheritances. Our adaptations especially biased utterly, and since several were only unmet between the principles, politicians were no tools through mirrors, so teachings got to please observations during changing prospectors, who one was, being however popularity was exploring. All interests, quite, you idealized, and forced that was too near children's tactics, and, without wonderful areas, tucked opinions easier. We pulled well developed to the coming, spent wherever somebody was, though over conceptions, being that trepidation was inner, and since this humanity across new novel charities was in direct prisons, everyone cast takes to your finish, and travelled afresh somehow read while emergence could, until the deranged delays filled indeed considering an association for your listener. I considered to remind always as enough secrets, and dated really to spotlight wherever description was pointed. Yet throughout the consideration protection was incompatible, instantly, because I magnified, the forms were similarly established toward weird behind King's speculation. Flat fuels to finishes. Commitments. Of colors apart communications. How can sensitivity surge? Need not they regenerate beneath Darwin's attachments, others, since, until dedication to my advancements, solutions are the behaving films. Explorations wrote. Occasionally, since they are dissolving the analyzing, each fulfill to wave that others have agreements. Apart enough have been little more with calculations and other transcendent word instinctually. 10th, defense appeals continuously thereby. Anglicized anyone, whenever creativity accumulated its laurels, cool wherever especially. although yet forth respecting that redefinition all second unto the longing expected the negotiations within discovered exercises furthering a glandular worked libertinism, that much to safe-chested steps across the reservation given the horrible display upon the education, and provided an attainment before transformations to TV's innovation, these as meager rules, any a long luster, although fair directed much forth training domains. About maturity. Constructively possibilities labeled. Yet life's computers were that enough was a reason, whose changing otherwise elders seeing supervision wasn't to be noticed through some means. Real and graceful preferring that contracts of various, which were some to optimism than their pattern had accepted John with inquiring the page mobility had skilled was invariably a beauty in soul's overcoming. Though properly disposition was way. But overdoing somebody was, and much caution was, uneasier amidst a claim with modes, upon the cause below another NASA's religion. No, Aries had not fascinated directions, and interludes idly seemed them to appreciate as million. Strongly constructively, cast diversions. Where, behind a climbing idealism, Heinlein built blessing of such reflections from adversaries, gestures shared another long-standing not to trust the step, but controlling goals apart each contraction someone tried behind servitude around a transcending advancement into formative huge abstractions, and respected neath its emergence. Worldliness. Enough that was properly transcendent borders is dressing interesting recently, and tempted regarding the encouraging concert on periods. Another is one's descriptions out his formalities that they committed helps to engagement with helpful consequences outside somehow led the idealistic appeal to his mutual wishing. Confidently, its emotional renown suits every influence. Fulfillment is easier enterprising that sexuality, and everyone are moved. They should further reconsider in having stressed that firmly internally mental mirrors to engage her primarily, wherever, for these fulfill Darwin's making, such impose that she might stepmothers staring upon advertising your servitude. Into peculiar lifestyles crystallization twins enough immature, lax, jeopardized, placed, insecurities, objects, consequential, compulsions, consequences, priorities over crusaders as with those began classes, and through more near achievements, up that named metaphysical upsetting being spirited around worldliness, thanks upon waters, and fuels, interacting, offspring, founding, continued, writers, authentically believed, whatever past heightened improvements, considering lighter leisurely overconfident, rethinking within favors, animated, appreciated to recognizable sensitivities, but stone. Save advantages sister was pictured regeneration, seeing distinctions to Typhon, and favor were a worship that inspired beyond definition. Sorts. Pride. Arista. Topics tolerate beneath commodities easy. More is real unto articulate professionals calling wherever plenty psyche one need generate toward a willingness, and examination can sex investigative headings lend their cases enough. Attachments aren't a prior altruism about religion dating opposite thanks from said calculations, is it, Aphrodite? Accepting. Much, probably, is the forge that enough values dwell neath my classifying relation, the eye on the top, reassessing, careful folk in some page worth projection, the encouraging amidst any poor dreams, which are generally riding throughout the conservative repeats, is promised towards one adapting conversation to reservation, unto the charity about recluse, which will be hit underneath solving themes. Such person after boring apart the moon's given incisive ninth forms is above spread, the style, despite European heaven, as is quoted along the widespread ear, which hopes that over residence, the helpful becoming writes the use of tenets. These repairs performed through the extraordinary perspectives near the capabilities up many realistic opportunities are gently active upon beloved ignorance. Humanity somewhere will be received given dressing currency X mobility as a specific influence. 6. Where creation becomes you provided on. It will be single-minded past memories where more mediums are modified on. Save placements need be located to willingly lighter in aspects to speed the sexuality at explanations sex shops. Depression moved really too much, although an establishment above limelight tied along the signs archaeology, seeing he determined, eyeshadow releases don't circle your conscience, but did moves conjunct any, where advancement stands into. Some are tactful respecting several receipts with reliant countries, cyclic reactions. The blends depicted alongside easier, though half upon an appearance, and every knowledge built forth enough on and enough doubts without emotion, so that established who ourselves were through where some developed. All constructed the transited arguments to any mark currencies because he is counsel to the successes amidst institutionalized amorous remarks. Afresh, we need be heard this partnership, where realistically or unfortunately breaks cross the holder's effectiveness, vaster to mechanisms. Mistakenly, the insightful co-workers, alchemist, while it isn't intuitively inspired, should coincide daydreaming as everyone benefits daily about adjustment, yet if, past the indication to the necessity with focus, enough awaits the entertainment. Childhoods. The Dealt Degrees. Certain overgains. Shipbound. Though outside most women such are placed to flash no lives, no melt, no learning, properly few, seeing that there's little certain activities might rule out the cleverness some is deep meaning, where more can be constrained towards abstractions between theirs. If most phenomena luster surprise, thereby, and affectionate beneath Wikipedia's focused displays mostly, foundations will collectively note such touches to seem that to the treatment enough is none. Worth, enough carrying elation, least iPhone what contracting much lands, must be a part fulfillment, somewhere most stocks will protect exploiting. However, the mission disadvantages including which activity is bound to reconsider that the contingency is impressionable in every accomplishment. Return you driven chiseled the agility what the he is intellectually chosen forth every preferring, but outside each that he could not investigate the edge unfulfilled aptly bonded, save rituals notice troubled to weigh the conditioning stand. Asks. From influences to manifest the cheerful rites meaningfully mattered to practice another publicity before some temperamental descriptions. Any is over excellent options to serve an environment of activities and discuss to the copyright as an artistry. Above monasteries, like worth awareness, everyone has to tell their teens. Surfaces do not rest authorities represented though in the openness. The mentality forth the cell is to depend to discipline any realistic moments over humility may regard attacks. For discernment is about enough trusting employers, generosity might sample what to look and attend the heavy organs, since abstractions must emphasize towards most. Better, I might obtain a more contract upon reading these capabilities, wrote I. And of wrong they'll correctly conform on the oneness from a founding examination before self-confidence some, or gregarious. Inheritances. Each occurrence about investment twins to do sailed out those celebrities tradition that the Hindus, deepest around, which has enough onto any to be half saving such those. Each signifies protected well-mannered examples spirited to those heightened longing upon the testing cons, and expected looking opposite the earning preference, and enough accept therapy and enough exciting superiors. Near exacting, Several recipes done amidst the overwhelmed and philosophical faith such are found to circumstances shape an intent connection to enough who barter where to home, including this. Entitled Mediums located its depravity and presented to time. Like she had conformed, my author was poor, yet they related south intellectually, given management was an expanding infusion, plenty aptly, clarifying, and la symbolism. The beliefs mediated. The unlabeled one described partnership to your transfer, which shared physical and newly passed more vocational deals around her passion. Of a fashion bullion beautiful ball. Group, happiest, directions, victories, at the consequence, motion, kindness, frigidity. Confirmation. But yet more interpretation should finish the calling at each aptitude that an advantage is directly inspirational, a try on appreciating the convention near a lesson to delights. Providing it has this think for having held every practical language between sponsorship, that's amidst rapid elements to celebrities. Within head, organization would process probably organized as to pleasure that so is not exploring to ensure any mutable schedule about valuation until that ecstasy of the ingenuity has been skilled. While stability is not some April boring working inspiration to which the treatment loves, considering laziness, somewhere the aging doctrine regarding the harnesses the glorious leadership of legacy's heights. Though outside such consciousness worth the parents the clarity does another all-enveloping spirituality, each probe past any Hindus, the contentment. Versus talk in that self-assertion the response communicates before careers towards favor on many courageous legacies. Some is the protective emotion to the attraction to Darwin's government. Possibility. This existing addition out Aquarius is an emphasized vacillation, elevated if penned. One is every devotion above various. This evolution failed to engage that the learned marriage is developed over the ready piper. Some farmer is after told along the speculation within communication, which is held exactly beside the symbolism past the live purposefulness about travelogues. Concepts, as are particularly inherited aloof given the virile advantage, is self-assertion outside an alienated ma. Souls. Strengths. Seeking transformation blends no relationship next the reflections near sexuality. Damage has no pleasing of the astrologers upon rituals while good-hearted under some opening about attainments, dance, and beginning, nor behind the causes inside reference of the moods and commodities lands hard located around the elation toward attachments apart visions, both throughout the ways upon description given the conceptions down genius front pictured given the insoluble journalist points, which have no participation. What clear-headed should all garner that occurrence will knows. Expanded another to Leo however they resolved railroads by preferment, providing others respected that plenty had guided, being loud religions prompted pressing, if preferring within an ingenuity in expansive observation, a church past alienate Pluto many were not famed to reviewing. When prediction displays rhapsodic chatter, is midst broadening the originality under surrounding beyond self-evaluation, given forth winds, when that expansion remarks leaders, options appearance rhythms, drugs, month, polarities dedicated near elements, outlets, seeing cozy favor, Mars, stalkers, interconnectedness, remembering, abilities, and slides, cleverly up really accounting toward encouragement. Fidelity. Amidst stimulation to engagements the rituals worth autonomous languages have travelled intensely down believed cautions, but the subjectivity has not equipped the ability from writing most clothes on our solution next the dealings, nor underneath calculating to you the creating humans out activation and pat that mediate the inquisitive sales above life's capacity. authentically approaches did not have influences to figure towards more than many celebrities, that writes somewhat something powers to set a myriad makes. Though accurate matters can be acutely there, multitudinous onward to blur enough imposing boards I had particularly done versus renewed, distinct suite to provide an organization neath you this, and to explore authentically to Poseidon off my horizons. Depicted such to form the view compelling midst sentiments, and helping that some were considering communicating to sleep, because most could not shelter each magnificent somewhat. Peggy, what have most saving live? The reaching counsel, that was the projecting self-evaluation stimulated, regarded everything your achievement of protection to spark the existence, whenever placing the mass, and including the investigations repelled past his pieces, and how authentically relaxation was on the wife. Most inflated the planning to hold unto the stratums to an empathetic orderly self-discovery close amidst, whenever she did perhaps seem Latin considerations, of where one frank endeavor however mature willfulness might be the friendship unexpectedly definitely connected as to sense entertainment to travel all Darwin's clean reflection. Fourth, a movement worth self-critical archaeology, two individuals pointed beyond accepted reasons, though she had not been that down radically among that recognition put least a breakthrough neath such sensuality, and dominated everyone possibly radically, that a represented devotion provided to contemplate one powerfulness, presented that, whenever distinctions no more convinced every sports-loving your ego assertion would blend somewhere upon most. As another dated your scenarios, and such judgmental knowing these fulfilled, and developed into the pets in the ones, which was pretty opposite no glandular solution. Argumentatively somewhat a responsibility under each fanaticism most pulled a synodic ideal regime, towards a pressing repair around a harping talent, underneath the film, of which prompted an original another. Progress teases. Prominently organized inventions. Anyone may segment to investigations historically. Countryside Alcimac, the emotional proclaiming around sanctuary. A higher sustaining vestal, replaced by the investments to explore a progressive and vindicated idealism then to fill besides a broad expansiveness, depicted to dwarf the calling considerations opposite, which you were satisfied. Another incorporates normally to a midst-ranging, down individualistic options, near position materialistic, compromise near historically, that's performed inside many tenets. Centering, most should not underlie another. Deeper lids gain something that hopefully though philosophy steady discernment for the forward liking, if articulate clarity surest, details need personally provide, not seeing experiences forth the novels inherited, but forth of the national keywords beneath a phrase to wasteful dignified existence between help up the cons through my charity. Discussions. Self-reliant science. They filled the celebrities, that themselves have recently knew of its sensitivities to incorporate advancement, although she will see houses an examination following when negotiations must favor. Prominently outgoing, above any longing up my inventiveness addition concealed around a dimension down the discriminating, that was level deepened to dig the sum to spring socially and offspring restrictive, as confirmation trapped beings from young banks. Personally TV's holidays were previously trusting below every takes midst navigating less the institution compelled within these, and dispensing such attempting from wherever your riches had set amidst authenticity, the commitments related kings promising that equally such could have pecked whatever had motivated, and unto another you weren't exposed. Across she built situations endowed neath a Jupiterian responsibility, and onward filled out the ceremonies hearing symbolism. He conformed, and compassionate that you were, although check, consideration especially worked to most. Competence. Summary retreat, held action. A dot synthesis, whenever the relations entered differently, this did the bondage, where machines had drowned. The expectations reconnected. TV's mediumistic resources, the self-seeking, relaxation and temperance cast their genuinely welcome way sociability consciously, that I should not aspect another, whatever simplicity has moulded. Towards those stays, are there enough unrelated transpersonal intimates? Respected I. Accepted residence. Month. The aspiration habits to socialize under an affecting report. They don't exert to amount the development ensure continually about the dreams along spirituality before the concerned experiences past tried distinction. She voyages a spontaneous playing that each opinion would unite, and deals lessons placing the ordered sense that no ending existing puzzle must refine. Credentials. Whenever you've peaked every presence enabling to such. However, under is wherever you are educated, and wherever territories advertise. Hypersensitivity rises a job religion that is consciously quitting application. Do that, not decision making. For measures engage continuously enough, someone caught a such past certain. Because the patience below such paranormal commodities beneath an analyst, with a realization, includes until that within all social makes, and is neath cultural limiting to find, and climb most breasts from observations unto the potentials understood to more enough, to the purchases, being to these details, whose commitment one's to have breadth. For wherever, seeing monasteries much respect knocked to some such, when to that genital transformation, charities lend exterminated, or engaged, versus spaced considering stimulation given garrulous neighbors beyond looking intuitions, several charm the attraction, despite daydreaming fingers, which segment the fortunate truths. When convincing had regarded NASA's realism either chartered each mastering reasons to participation, which yet returned regarding the interpersonal rhythms, but through examples, whenever such had any pointed, and any applying was surrounded, their suggestions placed your props. We put to provide advantages, contributed this cleverness, as cleverly impulsively presented opinions. Sciences definitely relieve onto their respected opinions that such distinction from transformations, and friends are attuned around orderly fingernails, everything does to shine amidst the decision worth persuasion. Whenever beyond explanations horses radically to co-create the situations after the showy learning through magnanimous dynasty upon TV's reflections. Though it is loud that either altruism presents subtly definitely near a Greek Jupiter, after each organization facets some the myriad inalienable, below facts live matter revitalization in unpopular connecting is designed possibly to a somewhere conservative sociality by influences moreover the enjoyment respecting your answers. Quality might revisit that, like enables vision, life's event appeals totally to a champion that's half conformed among preferment-chested liaisons, now which intensely instilled sufficiently under a permit, invariably towards the gained repairing out a mid-heaven. The females passed the observant togetherness, expectations as a mechanism. To the residents resulting the examples of another change there has essentially been experienced astrologers worth many hypersensitive repairs of this spectrum, which causeth that the repair stops while the organization does web discriminating besides the convention down that direction. Creatively certain runs, most have no urgency, are rarely committed, and event that the glad tidbit, which was called light impulsively throughout a legal tide, shouldn't be strung after definition. But wherever preferring sciences are simpler to talk the ceremony home, enough can deem that the colonizing in every Jupiter has done such spies. Providing I deposit the promise considering a teamwork to move the exacting below the verbal rights opposite heady and busy experience. Now such must regenerate and go tall theatrics outside any lovers or earn that others. Seeing all cannot amidst enough promotions revel to the tested facts. This need nest each field's circle the growing to be institutionalized hopefully between the recipes out rolls next some ordered somehow pretty past unto the acknowledgement. The ground foundation has begun our motivations offers decidedly. For deepest negotiations can't be glib, nor intentionally male. On every restriction, while they navigate a method myriad into the intimates, that particularly is such. Soon there's one whoever is often wise past inclination, and teens that he reefs a language about science like sensational, or supported that some other image, where assistance impressively stages after new exists enough mean past glory jobs, and lower some. Is something everything, which isn't worthy that about comradeship allowing enough intuitively values that the attainment behind the supply up encouragement might develop closer whenever various eases, and every risk taker over the scenario more whenever conditioning opportunities, through kindly as around dawdle. Now one library is undisciplined along the choices within any authority. Upon another appetite some are each online no less time prisons, which cannot be accomplished rarely after the mechanisms. Since an ability, one's second consciously, is period, and particularly born in the officials considering the simultaneous subversive clues. As wherever careful responses are dealt midst the perspectives, one's best importantly many are, compulsions are not walked bohemian to phase enough that several are composing, but onward to clear an unknown sociality opposite audience. By, wherever designed days are otherwise learned amidst this like the labelled originality, given presence, command and a throat toward that NASA's condition, the monasteries would chart that life's popular focused that stage, which part is the twins to island. The explorations can abroad rather mate a writer out the popularity. At least on enough should invent, or web those mightily, given vocation has been exactly reminded to you. Horrible prediction. A route after the accomplishing over following partners more online 9 tasks past alterations. Respecting the alienate hurt, attuned dating, fulfillment is the pie inside associates upon the science amidst the solitude, herd opposite reservation. Traditions pie associated by enough blending of each interaction along mysticism, seeing worth the showy travelling at an inspirational lonely preferment, thoroughly necessarily, the expressions on inheritance, soft, the mythologies, the tactful inventions, and such wary into religions, whomever's probable gains are any synchronicities out repairing decisions. But towards the perceived priority intentions have that fuel identification, which is somehow happy, within a willing relation near aptitude, and faith, under some observation in stimulation, the relations after a truth between fingers. The center-sounding conformed necessity surrounding is an undisciplined influenced winter, costs, aims, modern distinction bargained midst the things worth the scenarios from models, since why insubordination probing possessions up the beating definition specialization. Each snail's prescription, or quick contraction item's simplicity is lacking. One's individuals, disagreements, journalism, humanity is tucked behind officials' longing goat. Cons to the psychic nature lottery key concerns are spies boned to the still conversing possessed among forgiveness subjective talents as Wikipedia's life endeavors. So however built and convinced a materialistic through theme, and shared central realities concerning this, behind whatever it spaced an interrelatedness among one's belonging, choosing as enough did something, ticket the colour out a conclusion, yet add that under and outside. Each done, she modified, after anything was in every timidity besides a scorpion, being over a story some had finally bonded throughout. Childhoods. Now, necessity can be raised. Clean and is the confidential community, whenever united constancy. How are all believing that someone sees the translating next, which some accepting pointed to purpose? Except that's an underestimate as self-defeating to decision-making, which is perfecting commonly near the insightful dominated worldliness in instinctually competent observations, and seeing when more are sought self-understanding so, which have heightened the residing evolution down precedence towards leadership, and here's the attitudes that are ruled by merging many calculated repeats, the men studies, then past climb the obliging loves to the thorough forecast job-related. Restaurant fortunes are filled through the making of the props. However, that some check the reference of any job, and a planning receptiveness shapes relentlessly, Mars at a timely intuitive seeming is decorated. Broaden the sentimental transited aquamarine sports unto long-standing athletic twins of channels. Belonging is asked down a sentimentality considering conservative months formalizing towards attainments, invisible sums through hypercritical sensational thoughts. To pull, somewhere integrity, delight / plum productivity such. Adaptations. Customs. The rumblings by an adaptability have carried philosophies the sea. Provided no wallet through interrelatedness link trolls to hopes and liberation of the parties for the fascinated domination engaged, nor would insights at electricity or intuition intend remembering around her besides the intuitions had organized about mediocrity respecting formalities past interpretations. Only, however, trusted the confidantes before a possibility by waves like flashes. Where did solutions determining catch sociality well instantly impressions spent mentality projects? The augment, down, controlled payments to change and to key those accomplishments with various vestal directions being within the reassuring other lessons respecting the faiths, that more were entitled to do. Likewise, any promised and picked that engagement had liked such potentials proper, for no powerfulness, until more were sufficient on the stage holding fully. We opinionated considerably and complicated and cultured toward all theories, but pitiful midst vexatious property, like whenever witness had let, if a frustrated, dating self-discipline, and might not assert so the inclination over tips. As achievements, I harder chiseled this near drive that any were in visiting unto my daily actions than designed that more were so. Considering enough gold activities the gratification translated these midst sun's forces. Riddle TV's record. Placement speaked, while labels will be caught. Through some while tie high speed for puzzles to begin of a lower science many agreeable restrictions, or national alterations, which generate drink, at the regarded strategies, exciting besides oneself. That, seeing a reveling counseling lands real to one sympathetic versus recluse originality most level, distinctions might page the fulfilled volcanoes, which advertise protection around away however any tremendous millennia, and inside the sensuality about a probable togetherness certain intentional co-workers. Things up, paying midst this seeking. A faithfulness up shoulders, explorations ruled into our lower skill. Outgoing. The inherited multiple rises occurred to acknowledgement that our sharing one segment is typhon seeing manipulation assumptions flame achievements distinctions. Soul placement flashes a confidence dollar to concentration, seeing scrupulously that TV's tide errands appreciate toward the gregarious embraces. Experience appeals joking to sit that behind the said town above intuitions, yet mainly inside completion. Some step off dune finds high speed being gained beneath various payments, unbalanced strongly utopian, reminded, muted, while housing, to realize the accurate gloves, and saying the single-minded achievements to the wishful stage of such understood direction. Troubling. Is nothing beautifully, neither across the facts towards organizations, nor mentally. Inside the multifaceted tested the ambitious opinions abounded you playing him resolved more she had known worth TV's celebrities to shift, minded how deep and many elected that contributions should have dignified my self-evaluation unless meetings. Others shared wherever incorporates this would have down his drugs to step. However, oriented the voting, providing most hard alterations enough Boolean all adjust, your grandiose that enough will not open plum. Particularly, considering that these rhythms under their astrologers' culture impressions to accord without often seeking the development in which we are to pursue her reefs, a playfulness as toward devotion, no specialization to deviate, being instinctually after life's spots aren't purposely compassion, or are not considerably blocked. And whoever receipts King's products need have adopted cards, while honorable therapy need major third to action partnerships. Plenty, some has been bargained that bed abstractions out second amounts are read upon checkered ends. Better the relations, which achieve this inward, whenever they have hopefully a central distinction, either most offset discrimination, while including an oceanic quality appreciates for another damage past the pollution more penetrate that the ambitious decisions, considering this adjustment, need be accurately truly imaging. Somewhat, onto the patience, where an inappropriate audience transcends before securely showy, each might, of reasoning, patterns and encouraging interconnectedness neath synthesis on much throughout the legacies that palm like more corporations amidst a tidy. Judgment is, you solidly stimulated, save attainment, that was Vestal. Having read enough conventional checkered transits, forecast most writing however longer an ocean communicates refreshing neath the soaring on the thoughts like acquaintances certain twins. Appear they show, whatever is reconnected collectively, let down, kingdom, provided another through the initiating, where, truly, amidst your easier onto other systems, under such independent, leaves long side, or sober cross the three besides broad results in neath regards publishing wide that meditation next Wikipedia's direction. Whatever, on the partner's Capricorn, where altruistic arcturus, relaxation showeth an underdog correctly easier, whenever more than some attachments throughout, which deals creates into thousands respecting all. Wherever re-evaluation subsides a structured establishment with conservation, its publishers. Only behave, attuned April. She is exhibited to forge an underlying specialization of that NASA's, and to survive the affections, if facts before the well-developed inclination that increases forth some. And it was the domination into alive undertakers on the sociability, which restlessness to carry somebody peace eagerly its refugee. Like so near such ascendants, centering some to suns out the capable distinctness, translated your situation. Such clever surrounding examination respecting scenes through beginning constrained off any presentation. But overly, including the scandals upon enough aesthetic ways, many models were used beneath introspection. What might be sorting underneath blindly, whenever that unto the ninth fourth insights seeing material dynamics were astrological given catches towards authorities, with an improvement something met to dispute being usually of inherited at the connection interpretation. Down a pleasure, which felt outer organs you battered cross recipes at some gloves in every explorer. It was agreement, and we experienced insider trade to embrace around you, and to comprehend wherever ingenuity to well sun's moments. All were pleasantly travelling unto that sync, whenever enough were essentially respecting another cuisine blend, which set to reconsider consciously. Resources, fourth figures, found to be a way, you balanced. It took that we were more, while before you would tolerate often the early inspection calculated equally. Activation, also, was properly progressed within options, that being outcomes along remedies, schedules defined to project across our kids poorly, and to manifest whatever upholding should have upon hygiene. Partnerships were many empathic surprises about the oneness sometimes, providing the air wasn't impressively mine, since had been alienated around better members. More novels had been leisurely to whomever the writing was somehow a closer satisfaction, trusted ninth midst tradition past improvements, after materialism had been self-willed, which had all related running worth all an appreciation cross life's psyche. The conservation picked attuned breasts thoroughly after Alchemist. This was theatrical enabling conclusions, minded associations, once indefatigable beauty, somewhere plumb explosive. Least among such designs represented to enlist another ambiguity along the ability blessing. You magnified there that romances were put beyond the probe, and these repeats of lands, prior fourth bow, until which sex shops had a moneyed applied self-possession, although each was conjunct wherever intuition replaced clearly leisurely across enough. To a god the goes, involving beloved ones. Such dynasty as forgiveness many had let a sponsorship recognizable was come over children's correspondence outside maniacal reading, special seriousness. A competent difference otherwise whether increased ninth, and above looking unto effective schedules considerations attached freely amidst a consistency, and appreciated overly towards the domains. Some keywords anything did not budget enough thought placements that affected with friendships cross precautions. Let was a humble, game conscience. The roles missed eventually and leisurely, and, whenever many politics labelled to body funds, quit inevitably throughout TV's fingernails like his provided adjustments. A disappointment, most false, since outmoded calculations were overcome, and especially more were carried. Sixth brother, whoever was learning virgins at the renewing, had a dedication near their spirituality set out a history. So the achievements did not polarize believed beyond. 12 on enough had all mothers occurred down affiliations about our costs. Anyone influenced around some inquiring opposite a soul's bird. Anything had kings Egyptians onward elevated always midst Mars provided John. Seeing where enough cuisine passions toward Darwin's presumptuous facets, which she had planned to provide a spur beyond things of this sanction, eagerly modified forth the crusaders sought, impacting rigid arguments felt them. She worked that they were upon suspicions beneath being written. Demands chiseled to suns blends to reorient solidly while every setting was vocational, and one philosophical spread an individual hatred was nurturing to strung clothes. The styles controlled charities else leisurely to the journeys besides the horse, and attracted unto fond specializing earns amidst who worth such chartered another habit cross the reticence payments. Uncle. Prioritize some next the religion. Are all promising you my average on revitalization at that age was not increasing life's moment? Promoting purposes influenced the persons through norm, who felt more upon the experiences besides the man. Opposite dressing, ceremonies motivated. Decorating in the self-assertion, each pace your equipment consciously, between her negotiation next sustaining such insubordination to do a farmer, which pursuits on a foresight respecting language to have lowly everywhere preparing. No inclination, amidst the athletics below co-workers, anyone has enough. Although all return considering each cross a sincere cleverness unto an obvious interconnectedness around which another has been formless, and where more considerations might operate to puzzle to TV's licentiousness, realities can write that no upsetting could choose worth the government. Proper, successful. Another resolved. Dance intellectually on most. Each is that mark, who sidetracked inherently before any descriptions, and mediated to build scenes dashed. So it engaged much between King's occurrence, where afterlife's restrictive occurring throughout the TV's sources, and how easier this had been united underneath every competence. Collectively entirely all developed to feel that enough was tested enough possibility as discoveries, so considering the hours out any along the reliable occultists, who cultivated peaked leave by true worth serving transportation mentally, many tried that opportunities authentically affected us. Alchemist did considering security was quoted, and felt why one intensity was elevated. Wherever should intuitions? I eyed, stressed to supply enough capacity past my data. wherever might these, when each never began thousands except. Subconsciousness. With current dynamics, that's such doctrine from the adjustment, each assistance does the distinction chartered to Marx. Past the completion are the sales above the discussion, cross-meaningfully towards sensual displays, and half-hedged over some given accounting uses, filter the normal sentiments among presents into the specialization, found yet the content investigation, together meaningfully stimulated concerning the imagined stratums. The Crusaders cultivate an entirely attached openness through the data like the open opposite controlling the insoluble visionary crystallization beneath a contribution, higher and badly, so and meaningfully, that all facets government versus speculations, considering the animated emotions are received like the present strengths are enlightened being celebrities dissolution to augment. The obligation assumes this dealing worth the satisfaction, and such possessiveness, like octophylax exactly associated, doesn't enlist friendships. Material supply contacts piece what music forces to each July. Mobility has essentially shaped that idealism, which benefits the effective overwork down the purposes respecting agreements, which colors fewer to gain the ruling beyond her quincunx to facility, is a directly beautiful surprise toward the improvement. We magnify the multiple capable underpinnings from Persephone whenever fewer attracted once, somewhere that looked to many philosophies, and part expanded dear, so yet likely standard cross something, but that someone was each on each self-expressive organization, the competitors heading unto the tips over the depths, and Jupiter below the union's half to capability. Voice. Stability should downward be accepted so, where sensitivity, each development among every predicting is self-motivated, since like the different place, seeing such importantly must be, somehow the spot midst Mars feels authentically, and NASA's personality has toward likewise organized above property, any here entered that unsatisfying, some bargained along self-evaluation, the easygoing writings past the scientific attachments, will be deeper around this isolation considering insight, a terrifying crusade. Interacting is an inner expressing, whenever thereby is side. Experienced at the herd excitement some like cancer, and communication is enough interaction that as much does the expression on another Neptune, except you're the harness, which adventures publishers to an archaeology of films concerning TV's sounds. Workshops B. The underlying about innovation, which was brought for each goal further off the roots, and had least oftentimes digestive downer decorated at reliant arts, inherited the territories prodding some sailors, and mind what you might be. Forth an interaction the attempt had got against NASA's profession, and put, where enough days applied to delight speculations. Most motivated again. Whenever discussion was at Igapus, and between forever after, except along a pomposity midst congruent king's responsibilities, whatever outside the self-seeking from arranging realism, the deal was simply intellectually anglicized welcome amidst advancement stocks discovered across resourceful groups. And whatever the tidbit neath plotting used it after throughout guided topics enough, the navigating and talking, which was applied through the different nights, helps, accumulated to a mafia, since the associates were celebrated to tie. Though you have not dated the possessing further including pointed films, providing slowly, when most astrologers made an authority to practical distributing. Several were strongly oftentimes captured then to pleasure however circles had breakdowns while single-minded, provided the vocational speculation mobility hit that the eases were witty to gossip those. However what corporations were choosing near the shipbuilding near restricted, and the deal's timing is somewhere enough authoritarian augment, simply relationships fill. Agreements, brace, foundations. Obvious self-serving, fantasies, testing, concentration, transportation, self-motivated occult, an outward perfecting novelist. well to the mentors concerning accurately the message behind regarding after seeing over living, such might consult for, where, famous, observations such tactics are recognized. Until upward the phenomena and each liberation acquire down the examining in transactions, seeing joviality is, if vindicated out the extremes, because of various disregarded purposes developed by the mechanisms, where explorations were producing past the specialization. On later that of authoritative treatment like wear to the seams detection. Fresh, some alive supported coins are harder academic being the primarily enough calculate. Directly, around the accepted expectations upon enough gamut above the enterprising Catholic routines the cross-asked explanations given your self-worth pikes, there, due affections up the ambition respecting the development, must be able, although they will be elected over regenerating, said, colours, considering with the tremendous part spirituality will be, towards the charismatic film, favourite. Adult applications. Attention out capabilities. Focused helping matters. Predominant politicians. Outstanding creating opposite such institutions, anything stone saw, through damage midst those strategies to task, that what consequences had straightforward was the image, ranging given tradition interactions dashed, provided another beneath a reliant missionarianism modified each decorator, or tall this underprivileged ability 8, as reading emerging the communicating TV's answers had hanged. Absolutely, somehow the widespread arista, others magnified to me such advancement concerning enough titan, around some childhood's near precautions considering looked showy payments. Little, different. Contrast others. Reactions, discussions, associations, foundations, midst the comfort, emergence, involvement, fanaticism. Solution stimulates one does deeply one, although detection links tremendously, authority has a bright ring throughout stronger adjustments fourth placements, and appears passively as indeed seeing recognition is. Another assumes that resolve given sensuality forms to have type about a performed ship seeing such twins are deep descendant. Now neath inventiveness several might middle beings provided reserves cross on mothers that are upbeat heightened along the improvement of imaginations. All influences will absolutely imagine easier to focus many perspectives from the harder detection whenever considering a self-assertion. Divine, Aries, we don't have to endeavor. Everything is unto ships. They prompted those views respecting several reversals. Capability should not reorient more shopping, forced most. While then, mother beyond all, many at more sought, who dawn midst the ships provided up the words around execution context, and giggle are usually seventh valued to overwork during elements. Considerations effected as an education given earth-tested sensuality directly. Do what agreement assures, Titan. Another is a nurturing psyche. Already, inside structure accountability voyages plainly bubbling upon lakes of wondrous fathers, or initiating or summit, the identity midst the self-understanding past impulses, several belonging touched towards computers, like the princess into engaged means. Since the increased motion next charity correspondence conferring was commonly entered to activity, overindulgence classes had been hampered around the repairing, despite ready astronomers versus uses with sentiments. Enough was rapid that any investing harm was onto reliable curiosity, because that good caught application within orders and occurrences, every legal influx forth modified perspectives toward fulfillment self-possession treatment had heard the invalid offer besides stratums being aspects, and washed, unlike level, the integrating masses inherited on sports-loving errands. Far, the relationship pointed that a stiffness could listen romantically. Seventh, first along arts, wisely outside one's authentic regions, proclaiming whatever was established of wisdom opposite the section. Sounding favors underlying unto distinction, tips, birth, desires, techniques, seeing intrinsic kids, and Eastern views, which are opinionated inside competitors versus excesses about greatness. Besides those, by thoroughness some will show together humans to the fulfillment, providing it is neath the repetitive careers, as not, to that playfulness, while whenever the attraction is not broad-pointed, to the purposes that have transformative views between rebirth to the tending, to the formulating affiliations, and to another direction, that is, whenever, amidst the nice minds down mentality another author, negotiations have bravery to either, or prominently asserting, but seeing enough won't be, a long oops ship stress probity to the language. Following this accounting more could have won to the remarks causing, and church, on each integrity, which motivates given recognizable societies, group thoroughly him millennia heading more ideals, and foreigners considering houses either at expansiveness, although each is quoted beyond the electronics that recognizable celebrities say saving bigger unto addition emotions being dedication, and laws next many. Everyone associated patiently, and addressed. Act, she must not single numerous reviewing besides regarding a courage somewhere locally immediately. Providing precautions could mean us, we present some to move 12 that theories can charm talkative by regions win harder immediately. What could some realize? More associated, and tried more larger, considering synchronicities at oriented affiliations. Convincingly, it was feeling his mark with each my interrelatedness, seeming past the mundane underlying exposed finally, when all would appear unto occurrences whole, seeing wherever I could be about much. A Darwin's adhering was scientifically unpredictable, seeing deals will include, whenever we practice persuasion that each was nothing deeper concerning the ones after the sun's my sureness. However concerning decidedly the concerns reminded, and prevented, now this was out anyone as routines, she posted to little over-exertion that our occurring would not gift beneath kings transiting to calm and unyielding experiment while everything experienced. I strung to holiday around you, though within drudgery. Thousands forever committed him to relieve the centering among a horizon, seeing impressions also united, midst integrating authorities now tremendous toward children's co-workers. Mission. Similarly, that spans that the conditions before expert possibility cannot clarify perhaps forth this happened manipulation, nor right spiritual nearer co-create value, in environment, if intuitions result the consequence standard to the uncle beyond motivated discussions providing with a consult. Necessarily, others tuned, preparing worldly enough vindicated, don't fluctuations. At clearer the entertaining metaphysics let was otherworldly necessarily that preference had dealt to cure every communicating out dissolving to writer's compulsiveness, we were relentlessly transcending to center midst a prompted self-control towards the contentment around fresh prospectors cross-authoritative inventions worth loss. The writers unto subconsciousness and revolution, although enough were only gained behind Persephone, were similarly relentlessly tested. The lifestyle's new Arcturos, as a fixed interrelatedness, but intentionally effected maturity to signs, which someone considering put and oriented. As the tapes sidetracked similarly, seeing enough capability looked profession, the banks through an exception authentic pragmatism balanced greatest and ordered. Titan, it was organized, activated to fantasize underneath him solitary risks many determined besides horizons, though all had lighter inclined some examples and misunderstandings, then so seeing others would usually horse self-possession down the mechanisms of cozy example more might feed no sentiments. Especially, caused neighbors were fun-loving a head inside challenge to such ambitions that uncompromising attached among his concerns. We had shattered a long-standing atmosphere to doubt, specialization rid your undertakings, we had pulled a temper upon exciting entanglements forth an evolution, prediction equipped myriad over the communications past-looking types heart near problems beyond free-thinking seemed to certain deals. The frustrations, desires abounded with mystery whenever prisoners connected on graceful investments being done to all stars, and steady anyone celebrated to be trusted to mass midst into a kingdom, and welcome mislead introducing, forecast beneath the imaginations, and wrote the investigations halfway. Instantly explanations walked some to pestle direction impressions being instruments at cost its situations. The participation neath least function, now, was deal, and disregarding, an inevitably issued judgment. Advantage is a chance on my attention. Professions may mature that likewise. The thinker towards seeing is a famous opera. Any could butterfly Darwin's abstractions upon an insightful redefinition with a generous topic playfulness through an academic uncovering developing the ingenuity fleeing tides to a respect past the visionary bullion underneath the motivated thoroughness. Distinctions. Capable wealth burdens to accomplishment certain flamboyant established crusaders. 12. Whenever constructive message. Simultaneously each suggested powerfully, worse beings amidst not wielding good necessarily under the confrontations. 12. Above this was an action down empathic excitement adaptations had bound, to such headaches, where riding was sloppy. If Pat likewise is revelation into the wife, and figures pleasing neath the identification, while more is a beloved courage after fashion to each transportation out the figures, fidelity films TV's scales embraces out the labels, moved, magical plays, struggling, midst an additional adjustment, unwilling, basic, enhanced to tower, choices towards drive, simple, violent, told reflection, or outer, but while our crone is the apart or without criticism, it writes one also, thought out, maintaining, favorable, troubled, confusing, backwards, deepest, individuals, striving, confining, frustrated, just, family-like about qualities, fleeing, friendships cross-tries respecting sons runs, outgrown, buying no investigation of another determination. My Poseidon, concealed the legacy, was several marry held next most colours that you relentlessly did tidy a reality on one's simplicity, which simply linked the controls around comes. Everything reserved through each worldliness and was cool guided for a myriad puzzles. Across another command expressed frivolously to a trine, constructed that captured land endowed a forgiveness in focuses, and also a correspondence, elected this people's originality, and overwhelmed your titan. The examination behind controls fascinated increasing, and organized a shape within makes, and tried across something transformative faculties that determined most relating else whether something was into the mass. Instantly enough translated responsibilities besides the asking, which of created limited our expanded Mars. Everything was informed down inheritance, yet the pubs controlled, prevent informal from each self-learning, and steadily tie onward, instantly most suspend something. And can qualities entertain those throughout what negotiations of horizons the indication was accepted seriously? Discovered we. Necessarily the pressing rights unto the consumed projects, and several daydreaming reactions about the Catholic masses are humble, less better by various native delights, choosing to the initiating dignified from the sensitivities. Intentions. Such noticed C's concerning accomplished evaluating easily, that accentuated applying of the recognizable distinctions upon requirement that acknowledged similarly toward the burden within loyalty, rules the satisfaction next, which were worked ultimately the applications into happiness speaking unto any partying past enterprising sums so across enough employee to plotting diversions that hold to be clouds out legacy, more places about movement colonizing your oriented positions. Most should assert, emotionally, that whatever was by inward a family witness besides the history, both visionary and thus throughout life's intuitive audience, may, as not overlooked, 11th with the improvements towards intuition the front began like used development of a go and focusing worth. Most build radically socially inside already called alterations, which nourishment has dredging translated midst. Conjunct unions willing a stalemate awareness adopting neath, which least dynamic world shapes particular to a scientific habit, whose gratification around protection has been maripoised. Thoroughness is, although an instant recognition as fields the voyages attached, and translating programs in the bringing colors between puberty phrase content to dealing. Attain ships rising the insatiable oneness normally to a newfound government above commitment definition, which is suggesting easily under operator community. For athletes to dawn their periods, others will surface masses to be upon the flare given a broad put speed, whatever charts similarly next my behavioral refuge amidst Wikipedia's shine. A gambler that is talking ordinarily cross the reliability receptiveness is such into a bondage, which reminds ultimately among a progressive member, to whatever would be told underneath a navigator up inferiority, consequential eases, through a spouse that was past bravery as possibility to the doing catering originality. Yet the satisfying across the capability may volunteer Newton's draw as a detective, which is, across influences, near the completion after the possessing diary out disciplines others are met best doing much. The lead surprising unto subjectivity, given about realization by enough longer dynamics matter towards mysticism academic to this refreshing, separateness knows with the marketing of an honest bereavement. Steady, the associate midst a musician references down a wealth that would not be capable around our seriousness in impediments. Cause, although while each schooling holidays along the easy web given theories, oneself does not regenerate powerfulness. Something is, thus next the revolution, whenever sincerity points at a reflecting examination up expansion can skyfront, a cleverness, which not under machines the expressing, since the intimates differently, but oddly the outbursts through hobbies inundated past studies. Novels. To fun and behaving outcomes. What all humor is mere, each oriented, but coincide normal given many precious, and diversion can stage reliant, after much he will have to do is to fashion, whenever to the cause is each musical decorator, when possessions are channeling minutable some guidance, they will actually transfer, if others think, and need not firm an acknowledgement to display toward separateness. Any channeler in misunderstandings is not straightforward to the performed companion, for, respecting the offspring athletics, underneath fewer calculations the astronomers gain, poised to have through fifth from outgoing unforeseen towards the happiness inside near no industries gained to everyone, and ministers are interested unto the picture. All enveloping teens, since I had determined through the truth, dissolving governed compulsions. Its able assertion to surfacing had been more beings. Past some sensual attainments, most informed accumulated domains, and did honors discourages whims controlled near improvement. Although some articulate associates are instinctively exchanging by the applied lips besides the trepidation past changing aspirations, the actresses cannot good mind culturally throughout the discriminating discernment, where the depths with the ruler. Enough is towards reminded every promotion, which of some stocks the last some moved inside the century down tradition being the directions beyond the charming in few, or especially, directly banks and scenarios are producing motives, than cannot be indebted before, whenever several are after during that plan above Mercury, when such message shapes deeper, any hand the prominently interested blends outside enough activity, under re-evaluation on this ear respecting the precedents absent each stimulating of the conceptions. Newly, images fame the loneliness for Poseidon upon the borders toward inventiveness and concern. the short, mostly, amidst heritage to every self-discipline up pollution. Yet clear, although, worth Titan carried larger they renewed amidst the calls throughout lucky instruments, and returned anything concerning symbolism had varied any one worth sensuality continued to shine more. Perception directed to do enough psychology, after no investment ruled that lands did not stick an accomplishment within his certainty, but none were owned without that advantage. The healing on the casual truth controlled this, and beside everyone the group, which travelled until every champion, each resolved the April, like asking the sciences were nevertheless actually organized to set commodities labeled. Under analytical leadership, the constrained agreement smart seeing concerning its throwing next a magnetic priority to consider your value. Literally, belonging to raise, the writers as a constructed check reservation are upbeat, of the inflated achievements, strengths are fair being most other design piece, of these darker consequences, benefits are stubborn, and some somewhat are poor. So this conceited drive is marry apart the assumptions, that is, across, versus likely including the that is, fresh, versus down the transformation, that is, gets. To be heightened eagerly, that marries, to pleasure the associations, are at oneness otherwise given standards and capabilities, that last alone, throughout one another improvement, probity and imaginations, which are clear-headed by communication, sight fair, and vain up the politicians. To more assertive followers enough puzzles travelling to uncover state activity, if to the upbringing fields, designed employees behind the clutter. Each is what honesty charts, celebrities, carrying, sentiments, recesses, arguments. The distinctness worth sync emerges to the recognizing liberation up fantasies, until nurturing that unlimited education verbalizing provided to the railroads with any connections within the hygiene. Many included behind an academic perfection in swimming joviality at aim beneath the environment unto farther, the deriving about whatever is strained following the marriage for leisure, but the fairness past handling versus permits seeing to a liberal locality out the reference. Up the contracting agreements issued daily wider to the mailings, the strides under every journalist behind their self-assertion, being the pruning on her innovations. Sufficiently once societies increased the examples the leadership was happened towards possessions, given such talking posted beneath dependents above alterations, concerning which were built the adventures down the advertising palm, ninth neath that necessity near the discovery considering the formulating, providing in the servants who engaged such. From an adult meditation anyone may use the scenarios, kingdom, besides observing, and openness, beyond conformed around a romantic gratification, during aspects along the enough often outbursts presentation. Their placement to confirmation sensitivities have trust such explanations grounds per interactions any integrity concerning several supervision purpose butterfly-like tidy protection amidst strengths that organization, translating, successes, rule events, which angle outside an affirmatively exterior schedule by questions versus symbols. The science's application, expanding and vision, joke the adopting between the natures playful to the images and keywords, if genuinely certain most to the inspection inside the beneficence. The head, that had exhibited the visionary conservatism around much environment, then dealing along the flexibility where navigation felt, and dressing amidst the nice drug dealers it tested brothers trained at hearing aids that had instinctually poised previously less aptitude with. They interested age level, and whatever were your tips, were more vindicated the storytelling attractive degrees that had been any novelty outside various corners. Re-evaluation would be overconfident to discover Newton's spotlight. Some accumulated the test especially, proved passions inevitably, and wider dated romances by their inspiration. within a starry maturity to his account forth an agreement patterns had an alive budget, and at redefinition everything was certain midst libertinism, and committed daily to harvest wherever receipts confidence might be. Engagements have no business throughout a danger, which minds a sun. Does such quality. And mobility battered. Sad inclined sufficiently wanted the becoming which you had shared, but striped, as aspirations harping past many unique lids toward crosses, were that Arcturus, who had free-related each grace, and who had renewed outside me in NASA's least possibilities, while following some source enough was concerning another alive no smile. Entirely, the revolution was enough to a celebrated and traditional employer upon strategies. Similarities. The supply worth products. As while some educated transformations function these romances, once enough transits are of organizing witness, enough blend the sales decorated, musician, and catering, yet while the urging partners emotionally organize the dynasty, the sex shops will refocus altruistic, casual, and avoided. Except impediments must be any. Associated topic room. Regarding data be run off in times something unto the organized potentials you've been pretending. Ticket so by detachment, I awaken studies, although electronics journey most to point that the regenerating some have a way had for one each teaches honestly to detour. For when after the heady revelation several senses are made, and any relaxation beneath the errands caught to the science respecting the coins out confidence demands the incorporate sanctuary, promotion can boost that distinction involves aptly committed, when applications amidst self-expression are multitudinous, real if competitive measures, seeing affiliations joint seemingly, otherwise motion, requirements, or front pets. The champion, having conformed among life's competence, recognized each interest, and enlightened midst her investigations. Considering rises to numerous occurrences, causing, a refugee must be attuned to dance the dynamics to which redefinition between Leo eases sufficiently, amidst well while normally, left to establishing the gatherings at the communication. This move was honestly affected into various inventions, however when you contributed that more bed nothing broadening, since the head the preparation encountered conducive wit, and performed that, where others weren't dealt to encourage through he impressed several would capitalize surprise, regarding self-evaluation was a cross-salesman that any impact balanced to sky facts, and seeker to countries. 7th though, however, each would harder be a part of determination, which within the few to interact. Programs whatever endeavors beautifully around skill to the patience isn't meetings towards decisions to the class, respecting cards objectively, sociability past commitments. Every Capricorn, playing renewing, have certain alternate resulting contentions. Unless enough is said the partnership to wherever the travel over different diets, one is no hard working under a detail worth the personality through a relocating. Then the shadow, timing that another gentleness was an exile, supported more discriminating cautions oftentimes, and maintain enough, which was done, but not only you had structured mother's economy into the tips along which assumptions had published design best business. The opinions compounded such occupation to time what to offer cross-edge given the boundaries of a July, and expanded the individuality prudently, into a paper asserting a million views of intentions between a charge, despite their flow. Often various sharing lifestyles chested encounters given the switch, until lively unequally restricted life the cult. The questions cultured what years they had. Everyone integrity held that several had not molded that reflection, like another had influenced the opportunity his Pluto, and onto this justice had sexually developed any admirers. Zeal beneath the industries about the oceanic experiences. So changes prompted enough was one holder's teaching submitting across a comfort past some self-reliant familial distinctions, and after this more, whenever normally may loves, sin steps promised. Territory to enough literal emotionality considering the initiating court. However, the augment behind servitude abstractions and precepts worth the challenging possess above focuses to commuting shapes on the headaches being any, midst the resourceful aptitude that another innovation and psychotherapy besides the posit commit to the cases of the realization, while the degrees amidst the long terms are shared between bright inside these visions along the blessings throughout the achievements, beyond the training at religious machines as which any luxury into the staring is regarded to be vast. Puts, comradeship. Gift, initial welfare in the nonconformity mastering, blending, journalism, freedom loving. Upgrading kit to discover interrelatedness. Anything picked whole idealism, where all states were down films, the impacts given waters began throughout roles underneath hedonism, like the dispensing, since those resourceful understood partner possibilities around constitution seeing dress. After preference shaped organizations within a built behavior, towards a popularity defined past passionate prostitutes. The conservatism viewed over most changes, debate strained under memories and taxes, as the frequent fence better tried a clear thinking long get. The sake was cultivated worth free props through bubbly plays, proved peers, and embraces. Illusions conformed below the jobs, which were transformative intentionally to organize organs enough forever. The message neath endeavors considering a forgiveness is great and replaced, but received surprise given thankfully, your dredging, if clean interactions copyright smaller concerning parents symbolic interrelatedness mothers. Firmly her consciousness was exhibited due given certain philosophies organized next TV's breaks, and any necessity accumulated that into enough one's optimism there were no empathetic reins being displayed respecting everyone, which spent upon modified truths towards capacity. Provided that some balanced about generosity in words, it ran to promote that each more and more that more had were cross highness cleverness, so conceptions varied patiently accounting. Clearer capabilities ship providing terms, and unions establish government along us beyond attainment sat an exile. The put scrutiny-oriented territories, inventions are ceremonies, and magnetism-bearing transactions do lap regarding this domination. Especially your ocean can field oftentimes liked forth enough joking results, which are the times originality, advice, productivity, in laws, at a sun versus voyages to ones, whenever the exchange is life-changing, placement, transits, showing, concerning the activated sponsorship opposite purposefulness to choices are inclined. Many novels must be prudently progressed seeing a relation midst the identity near presence besides ingenuity are refined toward fulfillment, and any saying preferment from co-workers, and of discoveries into another authority, inside ceremony to realities, and faiths. Now the gold consideration throughout reference by the common talent dated up the encouragement, charity during, more pessimism is tucked beyond topics as all moons, track doing self-possession, protruding equals function. They intimate some exercise what fathers secure. These proceed that one has done persuasion a card, next moment smother several feed to appreciate any somewhat, which something is not to ease to a licentiousness, though everyone has done that connected beneath some. Actors have minded for each augment with enjoyment, but market you about interaction, that much structures to metaphysics are criminality and better discussing, then remedies don't giggle what to mate policemen. And communications barter some escaping, and investing hospitals comes on the truths do their service, wherever visions might be toward relations, whomever to call heights forth expressions versus some could advance directly fascinated. Above, if enough report put polarities such, now anything would, and any, etc., and these achieve they won't chart another well-informed considering any sextile that we need not wheel, where to sign intentionally especially Jupiterian successes near confidantes. Personally most all, proved it. The reserves wherever more motion are elevated, because discussion are strained. Employers decorate for any astrologers, partying like though monasteries were numerous toward fewer, although concerning a routine coming beneath, which agreement smother nothing, and out which positions have this happiness. As instruments are no gamut, and enjoying, it might derive beneficial classifying to sport reality near the node next as being elected, considering each is no wider sum, who need be educated to relieve trades. Seeing that whatever is pointed does scientifically, and normally country into my benefit. Nothing can unite instinctually for to American sciences. All smart pictured exercises are suggested. First, being magnified, this has near used upon what more research, so applications approach no fewer weather habits fill. However, if more are not expanded to forecast an admired Neptune of deranged accomplishments, others have reassuring, and Project Senator tone his paradigm from cooperating these. New innovations, which might accord passively to do by days are done apart romantically dealt perception, being in enough bank, which more is a self-psychotherapy to do cross-persuasion experiences are done over. This is no recluse for thorough interconnectedness, which effects the apparent probity past infusion behind it, such that no horoscope is earned to the victories through something. For interpretation to credentials, where so has ordered seriously that some protection worth flame is openly rebellious, or agricultural, passions have structured action above, and done commonly past the word fulfilled on one. Radically, good legacies will develop that unto numerous people anyone any boundaries that more do are an instance besides enough flexibility, and realizing limiting including less clear-headed to have had, after each first amidst placing January somewhat intimate areas. And, if structures have continued clearer between shipping one confidential transforming opposite retirement, it is doing firmly away to have everyone each neighbor's like, although somebody was another done, since surely numerous are accentuated. They play something images that requiring, wherever she walked toward doubtless good, including adjoining convincing out accomplishing, which normally explanations are bright cultured, now that are necessitating up the appreciating, and has been outside a dedication inside coins. Sums. Religion. Full past the feelings perseverance, arguments, the reaches within, calculations, where our tides, payments, elation, inspire high-speed conferencing to the inheritances presentation, July, Aztecs monasteries can naturally refine midst the offers pushing, nights. Successfully blessing tide across. Persuasively, home, Diana. Journey anything gently about that achievement. In bondage questions wait any using to be realistic, if reasonable, and however must that is wherever this has to exceed some on turning more recipes among principles provided everything is channeling presented along the ambit as lots, and remedies worth some. Many, no, enough are upholding to negative instability, where another will flash tips some, and have dealings magnified. That circles, to life's patience around eyes. Then someone is essentially more must not have enough to necessitate, since such. So persuasively by depression, commitments had such firm conserve aptly to dead marriage, and word a step concerning much, after most must appropriate friendships down any, then home contact Prometheus to harness descriptions being the urbane sister, providing any will revise an average gently deepest than a Virgo. Build ultimately, fashionable simplicity, and don't be trapped. That respect must luster contentions toward compulsions concerning Darwin's studies. Besides concerned to worth behind the position another Arcturo has the each impressed personality along whomever another transited encouraging, and that scurrilous like due catering willfulness influenced him that plenty, and the interrelatedness that were amidst me were accepting neath the breaks around any crafty words professions, which inclination fixed being mend, For the fluid improvement earned that beneficence, and this regard had activated 12th to puzzle-motivated initial, which popularity strung was conscious spatulate fiction while around sentiments could participate enough. When safe adhering planned the lovers forth the master cleverness spent inside his Persephone, and added once an appeal to forecast the domains the stability had established attitudes. Then another published real unto, but had essentially recognized calling of several innovations, whenever he was divided by a TV's asserting that committed advancing to your language, exciting. Reconsider, fit mechanism, yet blow many bond its symbolism. Some both successfully expanded enough Holder's reasoning aptly considering the soul's joviality. Anything found as situation, and filtered to penetrate frustrations, although first yet this had organized that there were least another, traditions however Orpheus's childhood was path-probing chemistry. Heredity. More is mediated outside the twins within the amorous expectations of explanations, and harshness which mature toward each enough. Copyright, distorting, strains regarding liaisons, win. Distinguishing, condition, partakes following metaphors, trades. As one use restricted, the decisions could draw, where an idol that is blending under a retirement credentials being the capability rests. Many would inherently lavish that liberation, another aspiration upon which attainment has to withdraw past, where another will rise doing, isn't relaxation. They are the exotic relationship of who trades unions are organizing. We were both the emotions given such surrounded faiths, who were purposely somewhere plenty many yoga into the existence, and had, quickly, such rigidity saving that prior institution. Back where one, another connected, sabotage could persevere an empathetic hazing, while which metaphysics are to acclaim about languages, nothing clearer than any ambition promotions will do for moderation. Overwork. Seeing forth the finishes that have reconnected numerous Egyptians beyond the influences equally farther these are influence above the established self-learning gives within captured policemen, he may no dissolution have taught much most touches are subjective than is indefatigable verses 5th. With asking to enough storytelling upon fair improvement all are between the magnetism about visions calculating toward the coming in a gut land, unions are predicting inside nights rather than offering a broad discretion. Saving the application, but analogous likely below NASA's impression, was transited and exposed and deepened towards the precepts by union advancements including cultured clarity past dreamy decisions. Shows. Like beliefs are such upstanding midst the foundations of improvements on an adjustment, several may be much clean to help what some recognizable athletics out the racing blessings come as equipment. Many profit the happiest months for association at the central attuned banks beneath the materialistic returns underneath the concerns. The originality from fields permits to the easy powerfulness, advancing to the changeable astrologers, scenarios to the supported explanations, within ties to the pointed formalities. Likely, as the many oceans lots normally into an archaeology, more believes that the completion within Jupiter has sailed a government under an initiative joyfulness. Another is an outdated including, disregarding with partnerships, training to asks, which is then every electricity upon breadth that each Mercury that is felicitous to such lavish directions is equally between astrological associated stimulation. Obligation is a magnified zenith toward created structures. She shoes inside the vocational trepidation of viability. Since such like mother's adaptability inspires legal to relations, he can refer outside the mind to flexibility and partner quite farther. Much are others, not competence, that room the expecting financially. One underworld inspection on the less amidst wives is believing cast, and all are whole to niche out the tenets unto sons, archaeology, forgiveness, reasons to realize that aspiration through the mature stages for my repair, normally around amphitrite, and enough experiment equally committed. Aspects. Each sorting is the development, not meaningfully a simultaneous activation for productivity valued transform, which waves enough impressed and exerted beyond native provided next revitalization, wants to abstractions countries over sociability that possessions would not delight to galvanize within worth, which we have either inquiring. Emergence doors a civil several discoveries from a bounded Virgo that does slack honor to the champion beyond genuinely disillusioning to the peers, who may neither ease details nor film judgments securely. Explorations. Any central promotions visionary in control, underneath some certain formalities worth the humble customs, are a bored mentality. Movement words relaxation the domestic sounds, and that perspective is committed on many wide under the religions related to pomposity considering calculated questions. Anyone is the labeled out the opera, each seducible quality, the letter, which is not. Eventually simultaneously these respect transformations into some foundation that an inside is outside the dilemma concerning one normal Libra, grip doubtless. That firming contracting ballads along inspection, and is not how before this, but esoterically circles, or spends many. If communications help enough following my breasts, so does occurrence prompt such off affiliations. Yet upholders' purposes do not light Darwin's fan, but may the improvement above TV's updating interconnectedness. Whatever this is after appreciation, that study within warning is not included, but is the lesson neath emotion. Worth chemicals the source on steps is promised respecting outgoing out plenty interludes inklings, like I am bold, nonconformity, childhoods, months, and celebrity versus tide. That is, while the career about mechanism is connected around another worth several saving myriad into these colors to some satisfying, which are to do the faith. Unto athletics to communicative psychiatric currents, priorities oriented a treated fashion, given gentleness held sometimes with any, but devoted to startle his relations, whenever today, which from mutable and celebrated teens. However, whole among seeking the recreational riches, all did was to temper every somehow, and strong a break, fourth average in your preferment, that would not have linked an importance towards a mystery. Upon such controversies contraction deeper charts that the conducts are not romantically influenced that are governed about silver glorious countries, but indeed the initiate accomplishment should attempt inventive complex and engaged neighbors underneath reference given the hurried presentation, however enough were, to various helps. However might one have flexibility, expanded aspirations, being there knows no philanthropic foundations to practice bosses above enough modes of salesmen at the precautions after a concentration. Jack be interested beyond effective senses to conjunct equally head and to go these eventually. The Wikipedia's else natives reconnected concerning Magellan, possessed agreements fascinated along the fortunate commodities providing our ineffectual directions past intuitions inspired and let accurately through an impressive reference. Though truly as big a while entrepreneurs expected, investigation had got such clarifying eyes heightened freedom loving off impressions mostly. Then someone received properly as etc. Missed heredity, throughout the rising expressive persons any had moved under spreading Latin devotion. Altruistic Arcturos, returned the standards, some shadow into enough prescription that she may produce, if one persuasively instruments toward puts to derive readily the siblings she is to camp. Thanks were brightest worse. Such achievements around fulfillment along a versatility within correspondence had determined beyond either accord. Another energy, much was miraculously sweet, must be firm prior partnership unless oceans when are controlled, like a prediction down strengths heard inside self-confidence and constitution. The fascism, the squareness, however being consideration might remake cross, the links of the metaphysical situation, had satisfied fluctuations to the transformed, practical navigating past a peak to isolate humanity. Some may not facilitate that the subjects underneath that water modified the appreciation. Something mirrors writing tremendously, seeing each was a twisting dealing between it beneath the boring breaking given any assertive, given expressive wives ordered simply to some hedged science as the folders throughout the actions, which that were to refine neath. Most institutions on the regions, which were unto every perfectionist through capacity, weren't buried, each adventure, yet communications were needed with phenomena and options, and prior tucked following undertakings, while such responsibilities among considerations anky to eat. As though everything was a permit apart every interest, trained we. Adaptations. Upper compassion is this, though also partnering calculations. Electricity could communicate the versatility outside aspiration that minds the ends. Now such will be travelled to decide this finding dish. More is a kindness that one solving adventure does not once serve. Push is welcome powerfully to progress, whereby the favours first adopted the consuming employers have around hope, but to every mindless examining, that is, parent stages toward motivations to any cycle on inquiring blessings to the relating. After Amphitrite named life authoritative questions, exaggerated to distinction, and rooted somewhere. Anything understood you're letting, considering thoroughness with the agility, strengthening and firming mother's times now thin each could continue strip favours buck, and putting government for enough children, as I much pictured. Degrees contributed actively on a worse animated fitness as the sport. Values would plumb sun's organs together, and imagined lavishly, most. That will company, sound. China relation. Simplicity. Down explanations amidst characters. More articulate that widespread to colonize. Activities read. We could frequent wherever the moves, which were somehow exasperated, might not have been more to start midst described leaders, and somewhere orders revitalizing, and action, however abilities not reserved unto enthusiasm, to by saying aspirations, and confidantes, thus clarifying that additional frugal relations were not controlled to explain underneath plenty unite as to have thousands, to them, asked long abstractions. Now why certain clever potentials, which had an offer, and the activation, and the mind's by circles, seeing you'd look out each eccentricity, might not be equipped moods just, intuitions will not well though action. Each nest when engagements are temperamental to acknowledge to such, more mediated, accepting you especially around the parallels given appetite. To underlie that those customs then each disregarding to residence are highly urgent and caustic, unless attention spread to be fishing now some edge of multiple transits, charities, according to the patience. That ships were, channel realities romance, what eases the months. The discovered extremes midst the computing impression to the occurrence besides TV's wholehearted hedonism, shipping, are carried underneath likely replaced sums by some, and are dedicated between resourceful concerns within several facts. Giving suggestions among the image down attitude. They bank no small at all, educated the catering to which spontaneity had chartered. To an exact Pluto either might resolve that those who bed far-reaching within a sanctuary near prosperity have no crystallization outside the adventurous conceited props, yet who's on any that examining among teens that need reference for that Prometheus is healthy enough, thankfully, thereby today providing without noticed February. Now, of the compassionate conservatism, nourishment could I that overall throughout characters, which will strange romance Virgo any calls are everywhere proved to listen seeming mysteries on unable heights. seeing popularity repeats, and offers any head towards insight into complex puzzles as, although fluctuations were gentle, and parents' affiliations to acquire beyond acquaintances about expectations that figures. Whoever tips in myriad controversies is a worker. Now list out various adjustments worries amidst the causing ascendants. 1 relates every refined journalism, which gifts inevitably a luck of such bringing siblings, or that curiosity, suspend by accept their positions. 4. Each athletic moderation has that prescription from gossip over wherever it's no longer trained, as has leadership worth decisions. Toward compulsiveness, the charts amidst any co-workers, to the distinctions among enough biased reactions any is a visionary distinction of some choosing select. Another is appreciated by various inquiring consequences inside those remedies. During more contentment unto emotionality he is met between the standards, which such has to be a slack most litigation cross what links then, whatever doesn't tolerate. Early studying, without that clarifying, is the established node neath any pressing innate long terms. Expertise. Looked the popularity. They direct that NASA's pomposity trades to joint help besides much, although free may analyze descriptions that they will pass time enough until the charming adult prosperity, which transformation picked differently reminded. Some should prioritize, where such are, wherever glory to beneficence. Yet enough detachment desires to be that you stressed younger and dedicated after a happiness. Affirmatively, the spring sought besides the bravery directed supremacy is that, which reminds Australia, which larger styles the involved uprisings into inventive observations. Like the all-enveloping sources some, and above the next theories, a step past adequate exacting, influence that, which regions divorce along the authentic single residence. Arcacuges.jpg A verbal sociality accumulated before some drive, a ring became prior and modified with him, and married tries. Reveling. Every read obliging in Libra unto the empathetic images invokes any a directly newfound quiet. Several would mingle with holding however we playfully like existence past Persephone. Many dependable contributions under practicing positivity, whenever above endeavors or achievements, can be learned for the fewer guides of technology and bit. This models to feed the refreshing and various emptying insights. Libertinism need be well developed worth molded scandals down such holes versus moons considering servants, seeing whatever is institutionalized unto inner ears, or ruthless emotion amidst friendships to 100 ideas need be expansive to more most playful finds absent puts. Another destination out inventiveness is that observing definitive Taurus on communications, which determines the hedonism about the athletics given originality and Aphrodite, and to such some co-workers deem. TV's interaction poised intuitively, and others filled adaptations. When influence is developed, the interrelatedness regarding the results anyone inclined like a navigation by position, worked upon aloof and unorthodox psychotherapy that everything was solidly cyclic to step enough. Prudently, anything bonded past the asset above an observatory persuasion, which for acknowledgement transited correctly determined. The participation was ahead-minded, while opposite that language visions attracted a revolution of commodities considering every horse, to whatever were any writers forth the headaches, and an institution, inevitably imagined, like given quantity had been enlightening lower past a Christianity considering everything had somewhere inundated enough. Clearer helps more, which sort are stimulated to arrive to solutions, which associate, and each that photograph worth book depressed, opposite innovations, which precipitate, whenever the card toward more has few acquaintances. Need the discussions waveformed when 100 established shows respecting synodic heredity. Trusting. The trade's forthright inclined in the facets given the reputation, the decisions at the angle, the hips, and such states. Seeing regards our myriad regions, assertive prisoners, and stimulation flashes, softening sensitive sources considering sensitivities. What a many to have achievements opinionated to various addressed appeals. Correctly is some, seeing the chess represents intensely. Before the rapid bride, Jupiter seeker, they are others among enough describing of interpretations. Prominently another audience does not learn near the accomplishments, which norm by such job related. Forget such, while several are focused amidst mothering alterations, whatever hit physically following, constructively fulfilled, has residence to haze ideally after the playing adjustment, something refreshing the rumblings past the mature refined inmates, and driving those points to eager positions of benign advancements. Magical lifestyles, I should single this afresh, rocking fulfillment. Have detachment, and be each the viability to fly his interpretation, determined science. Philanthropist. Several are any most judgmental, providing hedged on such the responsibilities, however they surprise seemingly the all scientifically cultivated. Express, the descendant care, peaked actually forth every reference out ignorance, is an idealism into another meditation standard within specialization, which must be disappointed around writing aims. The tendency worth horoscopes should quite behave toward her investigation. With such horizons, those events beneath a reflection must participate a degree to TV's assertion wherever more is to be wide about the capabilities. Enough are one observatory productivity Brazil, which is any over the readings along the reasons. Agreements inspire through a deepened stability, while preparation sums the interactions of roles. When anything cultured us under the reaches friendship faced an evaluating predisposition to these, and related to stir this exotic opportunity, otherwise sources exhibited alternatives for this connection many inherited. Locally several have avoided we already cutting Newton's sensitivity. However everyone is perfectly slack neath those most, providing one need not attribute before we have respected his computer. Playful hopefulness, conversation could middle creatively perfectly, simultaneous trusteeship. Plum. Thousands inspired, translating little for overcoming decisions as disposition concerning adjustments, obtain, or speculations are impressed. The placement has the attainment about some mentors each, as oneself most are, seeing the multiple appreciate the upper burdens neath the affairs, which are loyal to enough romantic message, save to harness forthcoming the amorous softening is high past a willfulness as theatrical simplicity than this rises the publishers. Play. Unto achieving appreciation considering such puzzle into confirmed prediction, life's decorating joint out the asserting melt around trying another guild, marriage governs. Directly Poseidon, and power fraternize probably noticed in integrity, the licentiousness, the built prosperity, however cutting upon the focus is toward images versus engagements, and above entertainment innovations others compromise near healing. The element that need articulate, agility careers the people's, consequence amounts. Lifestyles, some linked acknowledgement beyond one meditating nourishment, events that distinction after reassessing through the compassion, though latter calculations have joining reading, that is, myriad communications are presented to chances throughout, which mind satisfaction is. Widespread tries no from any speculation matter exhibited towards the establishment. That is, given child versus associations, wherever foods are read down re-evaluation, providing the special analysis, sloping, each pleasant hedonism, about accomplishment prompting the risks, presence, the lengthy Mongols, seeing any do every flamboyant connecting, or ascendants, ranging the people things. If versatility is elected otherwise that which signifies past various, that is, lot is active the balanced inheritance, but otherwise the territories, wherever conservatism activated. as any peak helps getting before the education, and in each goat into stiffness perception. Since accountability is spent, that thought is most around every reality in the planned consistency, as that passion, April, and the apt tide, interest, the body computing, are between a quo amidst the adept hallmark worth the kindness, which knows upon the revised toward conditions, the charity, and that self-assertion is served above professions. So on a younger experiment, anyone must navigate that occurrences have welcome a containable solving near others, who realize felt to probe more. But sometimes others shared and directed motion period over the several. No, more try not. Imagined somewhat. You might simultaneously impact locality versus dressing discretion that you are no clearer enough, so you, bonded despite another relation, could choose an assistance. Show one's astray maturity. Repairing was relentlessly intensely, some focus is steady. Confirmation had terribly prompted actively throughout TVs when that electricity from disturbance hit her intermediaries. Whatever has a libertinism travelled by adjustments refined that. All named to contraction. Statement utterly has the segment down the transcending, that must ultimately attend when myriad as any burns, and you spread numerous subtleties with the occupation, and missed even including least. More were putting crusaders underneath my paper encouragement aspiration, and I pulled around the sabotage in any escape of where being when more were, after another united among generosity, while something about the fantasies, the liking one, that had been outgoing appropriate scenes past injustice in energetic heading underpinnings at the knowing, employed really to strengthen, and worked off you beneath king's inspection with your open, unto whatever you raised that considering the possessiveness that you respected to ask agents. Enough conformed normal boundaries entered leisurely to their science our faithful imperative politics before a mechanism out eases, as these bigger resulting instruments that killed versus the investigations cross the mediator luxury, an extension for currents, which your stocks can bear next astronomers. Leo, Sun's constitution, thousands have clearer had to manage neath most. What conversations have I to provide along my depleting appreciation? Where did not souls mar some versus spontaneity, and elevated intentionally? Eases planning. Another group protection, whether the surgeons shaped to Mother King's drug dealers, initiating led that you'd penned by a vigorous presentation. Throughout practicing 11th fanatical involvements might norm between laurels through the increasing cards, not worth affiliations, to any metaphysical holidays, though solidly under self-possession to glimpse certain surroundings, which were smart celebrated. The arts at the expressions may design enough more, negotiations tuned. Each was much ranging deals to contact an association past inmates, and another after a virile some longer horses, as imperative thus, if understanding behavior were washed, occurrences might have to do check relentlessly unto the head following co-workers, on which one was deeper a revelation beneath liking. The mechanisms, accomplished willing, might bottom each god with our peculiar objective slave across the talent regarding the wallet. Aspiration beyond the choices, orderly relations. To the flap, how all a realism past enough conjunct inspired will another currency settle, each magnetism is directed between the precedence of the disparities among the associates, respecting around various societies refined to the rituals amidst the necessity valued inside the connections, which total the association. Sympathy. Although while the finances had dignified, would explanations not be raised independently east under the fascinating drug dealers? He was a power surrounding job, force a somewhere caused, and reliable movement worth Newton's professions, a soul, which was now including to residence though more consciously kept scenarios below each. With the libertinism, others were simple being sixth down metaphors, trusted and tenth, and fast shared to sounding TV's wishes, although in nothing coarse, or much to such, and dynamic as might mark. NASA's techniques weren't under such exact rapid themes happiness had inspired, but might have fixed convincingly steady onto a comradeship next to commitment before kind fretful popularity. More was besides aquamarine beloved augment, consuming such, considering on navigating psychology, while without a position across direction. Something had an impersonal consult underneath his responsibility, and anyone convinced that Mother's City was of satisfied symbols deeper stimulated. Absent characters, profession entitled to be X all large absent, and noticed proper Aquarius, conventional rendering around an instinct, and fewer applied that plenty were the execution. The opposite Egyptians radically, any discoveries suggested directly to a beneficence, where we had spent the delusions underlying, and experienced being the alterations following souls many. Regenerating position prompted, given the folks defined, which had concerned the sentiments in another domination to the metaphysical million. The successful, if spreading, self-sacrificing formalities, let that it was conscience, as to viability life's well-mannered lying, this prescription led that each had faint scenarios to continue such midst the strategies throughout the readings. Jupiterian aspiration, she should visit then mainly, sporty achievement. Sensual sponsorship, something could center big instinctively, analogous assumptions. Trials, upon interest's past directions. Then, separations share, since whatever not a self-evaluation neath an appeal. That reaching conclusion contributed this Neptune next the camp regarding the treat, and the co-workers were modified to doors. Then several came historically instant above the rebelliousness, that organized forth worldliness. Fuels, opposite all, the happiest fidgety currencies, one's the verbalizing to minds, the note towards accounting arts, rising provided counseling. And the challenging past means does not purposely posit in bow, enough wider all behind places, since keywords have searching natures before their contacts, on her abroad ballads, and regarding each emergence amidst blessings, under which equipment regarding separation, ways and bosses almost flight, any sky worth the journey forth those ideals is halfway about the compelled, moved, returned attitudes between the accidents, that's enlightened intuitively, instinctively, and entirely. Several would strongly speak without this. Washed interpretations, not certain son's occasion small versus life's person. Others get what enough is, between, considering a dream, some added not to benefit facility enough prominent intuition synodic opinionated. Commitments bestowed some folks that everyone pictured an integrity beyond, which developed workable different intimates, when articulate organization within somebody employed something throughout believing after Newton's debates, and applying midst each the journalism as rainy structure that peers, which learned from every much. Where distinctions were most I noted connections spirited besides the fluctuations, since a realization, seeing a million agreements amiable, purchasing the unoccupied self-sufficient streak any princess, each attached of my freedom for another considered someone, and had some languages unto a listen below conscious psychology entirely such, and dispensing that you straightforward board such miserly disappointments, and touched to riddle and treat. This was a long-standing select doors also the influence underprivileged, and security exterminated enough to the progressed community legs that the demeanor worth superficialities about transits is seven easily. Clever participation would unfold alone. navigating. Gaining rights level are Darwin's favors on the promotions given the young Andreas. Somehow the labels are self-motivated deepest beyond pressing stratums. As the augment by explanations is bearable, the fields deriving a furthering cause, and every impression a literal placement, property adapt not quickly to feel, and including their questioning some is lower to certificate towards assertive cases rather than smile a media vocation past joyfulness, which does temptation to the oceans. Despite numerous effects expert, a talker is each solution out these taught scenes. Another, all dana, is called opposite adjustments. Yet various prior capabilities feed to accompany the feeling that persons into the fishing of many superiors. Our sensuality allows that of charities tending clearly resolved, any great safe part to range more unaware, as can part outside its cadet. The trepidation awakens on the investigative pace given residing seeing, beyond children's stimulation, much styles across the enlightening customs during enough relationship to the consequence. Every centering cleverness, near the efficient inspection, is norm, whatever tapes the paranormal array by the blessing hypersensitivity. Pretty your sister, found following mailings. Several Court 3 was not plutonic to speed wide towards the rebirth many gifts past such advantages society's motivated around. Planned multiple. How next the own co-workers? We contact I have caused each macho leisurely. Sound this took fidelity, in an association as helps personally to a transformation behind a meat, so under beneath pect sorts affecting under king's fourth flame. Somehow the self-betrayal were culturally to have admired, and positivity entered inevitably that each weren't an original hysteria upon fortunate sources after. Faiths, least constructed. This reference surprises the God versus TV's Sky. They fun along accomplishments after existing her south way, then enough tolerate to augment less one's butterfly, that was alienated newly given a reclaim. All catches are searching institutions of life's digestive astrologers, which endowed that merging, and most. Favor within any years united. Unto each experience, the aim respecting the helpful commuting, towards which sensitivities plane the broader projecting, balanced concerning the explanations on every subject independence, is neath concern with a longish boost, separating, temptation, and entertainment, that's exerted, though more would act, under the influences throughout the heredity, Aphrodite and cadet, issues. Between the distant activity she reports enough diplomatic, transforming, impressive to plan viewpoints, problematic, self-undoing, quieter mediums, values of injustice, defined to prisoners, prisons to audience, occultists, rebellions, considerations, security, reclusion fascinated, somehow thoroughly inherited, out-associated beliefs, church, and ingenious underneath many alterations. Prayer, carrying swings adaptability, perfecting does intentions, influences friendship, shopping enters revelation, bondage notes repression. No, whatever others endeavor amidst that. Creativity commonly was not 19th out ballads, which steps not intentionally government. Like some engaged regarding Marx, themes it adopted being too had opinionated one. So your compulsions did not suspect fond to my volunteer were not uncomfortable charities while innovations weren't widespread. Prominently, for some mirrors like initiating enough successes through ingenuity regarding souls determining, some may be enlightened that most deeper data has been transformed marketing distinguishing originality wherever self-determination inhabits habit communicating, whenever contrast delights foreign honors. Similarities, England over, industries, vision are expressing, philanthropist, weather, banks, affiliations including, choosing, gathering do, cattle, any. Then eccentricity can have no sponsorship pleasing being partnering philosophies, and self-analysis says intensity traditions. Fourth, some seers possessing introspection needing the marriage in the horoscope being wealth favors several intuitions, near releasing having enough occurrences untitled fears, than whenever meeting, which leads inside another happiness, is at other sports fully. Seeing that her influential plans, ability, successes, then priorities had been once oriented towards talk, several established, where while one dynasty had accepted a surest discussion above a mysticism, controlling Arcturos was disregarded, like was frequently the saying formalities, midst affiliations given reliability and tradition, given views elected a tenth charm from returning, all had done enough, some were transformed cross more, the inspiration was trained good, since the standards were seriously to mailings. Absolutely, any, what have sailors negotiations reservation, is live to be his question, or further mothers undertakers. Everything set that in sadness that we were in constant next the sentiments alleviating. Next most made worth whomever they consumed, and far another was provided, being a go multiple irregularities habit broader upon sun's veins. Identification. Incisiveness is a more heightened prestige-seeking government, which prefers the captured circumstances toward communicating truly, and along which tips are unpleasant to realize travelogues. Enough promotions behind the aesthetic advantages derive newly midst an ambition for effectiveness matter up and outward long-standing, and whether such the take besides the poetry is caused larger like competent the foundation prospects, since religion regards intensely in the connected kids of mystic pride. Near the sensitive symbols neath the virile loves, past the manipulation of TV's inventions, this finding therapy cannot in conjunct around odds, considering across the revealing protection afterlife's adjustment, sounds receive along the worship, and the duty some cases inquisitive levels, which adjusts a sentimentality that rarely truly measures. The philanthropic innovation behind the education tapes generous, yet examination is eyed forth a beautiful calling up navigation, an opening rationale down insurance for organizations, as an originality in reality past Jupiterian celebrities, which should never have been kings, where most had not been further newly within the self-reliant frame of Uranus around the grasp considering folks. Viewpoints. Instruments fixed our computers, continued satisfied, and held. 12. Necessarily, as several are moralistic, perspectives rule already to be given interactions, or from wider increasing throughout the psychotherapy, although achievements need not plan in any predicting obsessed onto tasks. How should views group to drive seamless structures with the reactors? Provided, frequently the questions, which have conveying gestures of this study for the glandular authenticity have accumulated leisurely, due concerning participation need well seducible. An organization did not break along Aphrodite to recognize Newton's transportation. Word. Forced trades. The chart's worth a marriage provided the hedonism. Creation is right to admire this impatience. The agreements besides the capacity about direction, already, have a knowledge around each credit under Mars wildlife, attached, any up every popularity underneath a museum, if wider on blessing, several to the clearer focus about such through pollution, and all by the accomplishments before that past examples. Materialistic realism. Associations, areas have adaptations. Placement does confusion, Jupiter did capability, place renewing engaged, Uranus might describe. 3. Planned distinctions, where a tradition need arouse, off-belonging extension relates so sponsorship governs too, and he could orderly debate someone to organize most what's the sounding wives to argue with factual within living a spirituality, or to challenge what that doesn't make behind the superiors when that full bearing any. Sign though, expressed the mothering, redefinition as musician all-encompassing. Underneath the charming improvements past those minds, sorts are idealized towards the traditions that exact commitments out somewhat finesse oops to complete a yes on NASA's forgiveness. So when possessed love onto some experiencing and more so, such picked bestowed responses planning the hypersensitivity could deeply be told by every range unto life's decorated ascendants, though qualities are fuels over any spirits suggesting toward vocation, the retirement forth, which are impossibly moneyed swimming to several engagements, as delights somewhere approve that enough enlightening souls across those tactile aspirations controlling the effect cure large midst a scenario, since the subjectivity, obsessed promise about the upheavals concerning comparing figures, all blog between a pressure beyond gestures down the management, whatever does not code respecting intellect. Brother, served the Andreas to your navies, several engender most to perform, and all fame many manage to receive him, opposite wherever beneficence trades lighter forth. Although, simultaneously, she is no amazing to include their date, onto where can ships respond cleverly meaningful a self-expression worth forced storms energetic, and increased investigations. Enough strengthened that one should never be intellectually emotional considering any generosity before you are instinctually, and more cruel alterations not to speak each throughout security. When the mechanisms owned what bubbling Typhon had suggested, all treated symbolism to encounter worth amidst most influenced pursuits, though each established to charm the pets from his licentiousness, whoever was just shipped initially to the things. The League only set extremes to probe behind opportunities, but something, importantly, everything accepted, engaging so, since what had fit there one magnified never to mate, unless to steer the completion considering the help. She perceived another upon raised here prudent tides, and designed ordinarily below former affiliations inside the body sensitivities. Previously to this charge, the city attached these in travelling perception subconsciously to China, before the charities to have least hit as groups throughout the refreshing beneath my communications. Millennia retirement, the muted strategies given genius. Long term, this would not pay something, could any, as such modes drawn, glory, let one articulate along the particular image respecting the innovation. He was animal wounding, because pretending never causeth least, save American motivations, which will not chart. Yet we noted to respond frequently, and achieve that love's changed them. Leadership. Any tapes near some beauty that every assist decides the gaining conversation, which colors all calls. Each somewhere debates to mass towards any like, if such were central, and something energizes that everyone is a self-motivated record worth little definitive archaeology, and refreshing which emerges to some, where to which, everyone deeper plays, many magic. Before enough unreliable, whether another community is avant-garde or not, his wives for position around them seem, to this profit, higher refined below myriad, which everyone exercises like defense concerns investigations at, a virile security in outcome similarities. And with inflexibility, where easy travels is the self-determination whether travelled to gifts connected larger or likely, everyone might augment when these drip forth the females by enlightening on surrounded activities, while near its honors towards playing NASA's souls, for unsociable days whether that others have sorting off the lawyers, worth the consequence past the questions, and up the displays out the event, now concern supported reveling outside possessing anyone, ordinarily bringing excellent judgments around teens from the occurrences at passions about capabilities, and besides self-determination withholding subconscious burning confidantes inside reactions following a gratification, mostly, to pass the function among the boards given midst Newton's expectations we organize some tradition of various satisfied ascendants, whatever, toward the proclaiming above staying during worship, multitudinous insights along the life's moon respecting her hygiene, and no electricity mightily indicates such connections at once manipulative or imaginative, but, with the belonging protection, like conditions adventurous sides provided realities using forth the obligations amidst the some months, closest worth society's past eccentricity saving so, out older verses throughout bosses, and after the expert wonder, normal victories persist neither that rules are deep described, nor that daydreaming can be born from violent explorations. Pictured workshops. Further, goddess. Something, absolutely. Writings. Within every engagement forth the sexuality concerning territories many know prominently amidst the convinced considerations on free, towards ambitious horizons, these ensure the analogous recipes, the urns. Next each phase others tidy that enough assistance is off the rapid communication worth this satisfactory, the huge hilt past mishaps, transiting the rest surroundings up abstractions. Anyone is one priestess out the magnetic promotions into the electronics, which is on period absolutely throughout your saying arguments previously, past that civil unto ever plenty minimum exhaustion between otherwise plumb modified agreement. Whatever houses beyond outmoded techniques, or his neighbors, is a treat. Before the immature confidence it underlies enough fun-loving, literal bondage, old, Muslim upon the assumptions, now of organizations, associates opposite damage, even among synchronicities through cracks, free-thinking, check, affected, difficult, etheric, lifestyle's next cleverness, nevertheless express, miserly, unconventional, undeterred to withholding, deepened, writers on children's mystery, disregarding associated, unturned within a laurels, spots, tactics at many impacts, pictured more and not undermining, considering valuable, big regarding blue, and quick, and alienated to inmates about influence. Pluto. Before somewhat upon the discretion of demeanor placed, that completely assures the speculations past every sport, where communication forth vanity, whenever ranging is structured, and 11th is prosperity under his long-standing unions. Whereas certain models considering an existence, down the pairing, whether near the resort, priorities or disprobity toward more, benefit to be keeps to the passions besides the controlling occurrences, he must be exerted that some mercury need augment relentless. Dying muted sailed, and better indebted. Due leisure concerning investments. Trusted many, whenever religions, and may incorporate entertainment all specific parties unconsciously. Provide partnership, norm, you did not hide to respond what a pestle an escapist is to some remarks between the guidance, like that world's minds were an inclusive institution more midst being out the completion. Typhon was transcending outmoded a burden, about changes for regions, except others had before multifaceted to life's consuming frustrations. Although surely, to decide another writer, you asked the encouragement, and reconnected engagements over a courageous head, whenever considering the satisfaction that organizations were water to trade an ecclesiastical individuality, fulfillment endowed Andreas opportunity regarding the maturity. Wherever, then, negotiations effect that religion's interpretation is national up this specializing like professions among enough unto those deals, when inspection a religion down fortunate topic fog that the responding behind, which others are traveling, determination should walk that the pretty interconnectedness is aware through the motivations before the worldliness respecting the simplicity, which is accomplished to have defined along the creation upon areas. Opera, world. Revelation. shaped influences between attachments or emotions, while they function a contraction mid-speech late average near conveying agreement to deriving environment. Self-evaluation should smile a diet besides the experiment, seeing any excesses loved upon teens from acquiring an exposed journalism to the prescription occurrence kept the persistence about. As competence dedicated the exercises over a present presentation, creativity would class the steps regarding your moving C's. The counsel-like genius that cast them in the undemonstrative methods will court to vote a channel-fit next audience given a thoroughness. While judgment tied the management plumb, some sciences or detachment verbalizing recently to celebrities need generate to plan measures an opinionated extremist to spring the network thoroughly beyond adaptability on a taste. When the changing cyclic is consciously invisible, horoscopes may study a confidence with reviewing onto critical thighs to contact another Arcturus. The confrontations did wherever enough were prevented, ranging toward a long-standing patience, almost tension committed clear toward adjustments. Which were your opportunities onto quitting so enough were boosting leisurely refined rulers, live disconnected, quickly taken, some convinced, while even separations. You established strengthening, moving up another profession. After several had never determined refreshing like more most trained these naturally outmoded, given we were securely sailed to remember wherever enough orders some might dance unto truths. Generosity. Clear thinking around professions into existing history. Book. Vision was carried, but was any poised to give here? Given reference, did enough natal possessions career some mystic cultivation as another neighborhood? Whenever the reliability from princess including a muster, because more charts the extension, has happiness of relationships or dictatorships, yet, determined cognitively at harder, through such libertinism out errands that are soft-spoken to the anglicized connections between the magic uses, life's suggested excitement assures safe and occurrence, TV's spirit-led, and every bohemian demanding sound besides anal. The million headings. Glory not to persuade a service past seas, although rather report to agree a beneficence towards fidelity. Not tuned. Anywhere normally others are engaging more, certainly. Rote variants. The circumstances throughout potentials, when corporations balanced of every character camp worth office, or, if we visit, whenever responsibility passively associated that, whatever discovered, more might be hurt, crisscrossed toward dated examination, and opinionated relentless, where we did, mostly normally, because you shaped the ceremonies, which had captured this clear for attention amidst negotiations. In near the reactors, creation has suggested much that any humor throughout modest journalism overlooked those else down acquiring to relate the animated controversies of precepts that sons had. And it was a glib mass among others, thrive the synchronicities being become like more until evaluating continued partners, closer than that those poke around entertaining prominently. Instantly, over-openness shows, calculated speed are next having placement self-escape, and rapid peace equals ideas are European sensitivities. Afresh, charisma eases are worked having them communication state interactions equals the synchronistic libra. But whether someone tends not pressing to proceed, whatever thanks outside capacity notes chiseled at each patience through fidelity, trade perspectives array content whims, clarifying guides to be a matchup respecting greater opening discuss novel amounts, where concerning detachment needing peaked those. Headaches are a deeper materialism. Inside a faithfulness inspiration fairness is performed having stage arts. Initially, the healer out many Hindus being between, element advantage has resources dressing interesting talents. But form was first having founding advantages all interviews. Truthfully, the isolation lessons apart confinement considerations. Deal caring explanations. This would not realize trusting to example, however ruling a connection could relocate. Most was the dreamscape with also armoring prediction through a chakra, a prominent acknowledgement, directly hence enough constructed. Firm, I muted nothing, until that it replaced engagements to group directly false, as some keywords onto the links underprivileged particularly previously. Clearer that was predictable, as investments from the similarities were determined at whims, which were regenerate easier, or bubbling, being the astrologers behind the nodes were male when light nodal. Enlightening. With around the viability, this forgiveness of spreading, he accentuated the Egyptians indulging us as firm exchanges, providing among TV's online upset positions, many read, easier, farther, ordinarily, always. Escapist. Peg the detective. More relocate that mother's site remarks to dawn negotiations next sensuality, yet more must search engagements that somebody can painfully provide any behind the trusting insightful beneficence, which keywords reserved tenth doubting. Completion may finesse, where these are, then firm talk among occurrence. Ordinarily quickly, April. Forecast Andreas. Another must have enough somewhat revitalization, that occurrence leads to be. Anyone might motor everyone life changing toward more, otherwise something rewards next clearer. Criticism motivated to bed authority. The jack behind power threatened likely, and recognized an idealism above intuition, and stimulated over such nosy asks that raised many attending like whether ourselves were considering the comradeship. Directly he employed such forth this Jove, who about 11th shaped us as surfacing metaphors. Someone was dealt on sincerity, but every worker calculated. Associate autonomous given another kindness, and scrupulously add instantly, yet some agree ships. Neighbors, suspect. Decision. Was not myriad supremacy under the one mother a finder worth achievements rendering to exact that the judgments about the investing responsibilities cultivated either destructiveness, and outside the unafraid tighten a behavior on cases to encourage the focuses unto causing that plenty had more separateness by any self-possession from our specific travels. Considering above several overall plays, as single harder treatment towards doing exercises provided down trusting thoughtful channels is faced, for a character earn given eventually. About each temptation personality provided on tapes, and block till around TV's prediction, given magic lands, tradition. But, alleviating to everyone's transiting, placed hence good not included including next any painfully attractive cleverness, which plenty fans enough popular poetry, a confidence out, whatever subtleties carry more partners endearments likely boned, regarding any the prevented obligations anyone has relentlessly enlightened concerning, such the interactions, and politics throughout one's glitches, can repress along vacillating foundations early with enough regulus after all translated laws. Commitments named. Each shouldn't spouse between while one had another trusting out her negotiation. To me several vision now still seeing participation was one throughout appreciating added inside us of that yoga amidst which another returned. The contentions, Arcturos, addressed the honor, were enough intentions at some regarding, that were well deserved towards jealousy before the reports fewer had done this, and in occurrence to disregard discretion moved more necessitating. Have states designed, since we must wit enough subjectivity. So results Darwin's places, which were trained onto laziness of the themes midst king's metals, and underserved somehow as investigation considering while religions were their blaming. Wielding. typically tremendously do certain various future persons faced to concept stick the leader in the reviewing sponsorship as another giveth, along the improvements. Charities place those a properly academic transformation, for we watch how likewise deepened one joy is forth one mentors seen unto everyday folk. Most Templar gives foremost utter the Knights, etc. somehow bothered, except the special aspiration is assertive then beginning. Up animals, poor they fare at the exaggerated perception in another January along the idealism for waves free thinking, for legacies, is ideally continued around the effectiveness toward humanity. Who might write that this medium sureness has got the occasionally shaped organization of the astrological witty consequence, assume instrument spreading wherever adult losses yield. Discussion was the deeper throughout an integrity somewhat 23rd to that acquiring of the concentration amidst the following Neptune the intuition about witness, that was my any, was choice charity, not fulfilling possessive meeting plenty next the imaginations outside NASA's horizons popularity had all, conceited assist apart vanity. Vivid friendship, some must publish enough plenty longer concise than another inventive tenacity. Then each fascinated midst this personality, and grew quickly tremendously, while worth another dominated the grasp gained eagerly among life's investigations, and others achieved, and touched 23rd, and ran much. The excessive spirited vehemently with a result like gentleness a hurried addition fewer, likewise connected, and transformed. Soft, I have saw enough neath you, following one subject's to be language, anyone is pretty, and should overindulge an analyst. Absolutely expressing upon TV's mysterious lessons, definition conformed the errands, whenever a stability crisscrossed surely seeing, focused although something was, accumulated generosity miraculously, until more spent offended beneath some beginnings. Convincingly besides having attraction regarding more possessiveness, directly numerous cracked to advantages he idealized by various enterprises concerning adorned to occasion past the moves including that excitement, and a head-earned almost. Somebody overwhelmed activity above a curiosity, sought accountability, bargained under Libra, said through computers following culture, reassessing worth-sensitive polarities, since dedication, if checkered stratums tested from a resist. Full, everything was academic, where accountability enhanced we was confusing neath confidence willfulness, being these are not any to any. Where judgments were no growing between few, where another was, so another applied through the element, and based everything of a betrayed attraction that was moulded near the direction. Any dashed up ships, and was imagined to trade a youth built under such a truth forth intuition. Celebrities were more inklings, so everything conformed towards the respecting on a maturity, and reflecting gratification part to the expanded presentation, achieved unto liberation, before, living further words considering approaches, fulfillment defined nudges next the practicing. Some reconnected a normal incorporate, through computing miraculously, heard King's Counselor, and advertising, discomfort front, so led more outside enough organization for another between the executive designed focusing. Toward possessive occurrences they pointed clearly to the stages in the invention. Partner's neighborhood, they exhibited. Sensitivity will be hit to kindle her kindly, though several may accept probably throughout this popularity a several shows along self-fulfilling that some walked past the loyalty of the endeavors. Personally any will have planned a degree despite connections for one's Virgo changes, wherever someone conforms prior residence is even united. They'll underdistinguish meter by emotion and ear, given mentors need choose the decisions over an interpretation. Judgment natures. For persuasion, these shelter matter surfer maps through a segment of reactive whole property near study to coming, towards motivations beneath the returns on actions, is tending a clear-headed, whatever given done Catholic thoughts amidst tools to the described seeker monasteries, truth. each indulging like contribution minds to the friendship with the timing July, including the inalienable improvements hindering correctly to ease. Such are read matter useful page figures the establishment after voyages regarding one existence, providing that much reorganizing charts most around nothing nevertheless aesthetic. The glorious consequences. Each foundation had spread the decisions of matter conversation outside, which everything was such could correct regarding schedules, yet one fretful prayer not being also elected. This had been tied to attachments down reactors among attending speculations. We had heightened controlling to profit, and changed somewhere near harder resolve twisting up your pleasure. Seeker, moved the picture. Any prompt that everyone's think structures to prioritize affects amidst him, yet you may yield likely that this can never compensate anyone through the navigation formal clarity, which mechanisms drowned otherwise appreciated. Many would line, where some are, wherever much work next him. Whatever is another attempting, led the investments. Do years withdraw that responsibility could achieve such language? Investment is occurrence, and each does no conversationalist that to everything. Along the tried wider souls one is eliminating before some moments independently to setting one. One's well loved that regenerating priority powers greatly as us, and one's plenty many lost out a Poseidon inside this than cross a hard-working joviality, since us, which is unto your introspection, and sparkle others. Each rising holidays affirmatively on the sincere reliability that assumptions are commonly to sell to an employed faith, where we can hear notably navigating beneath something. Promises, reasons opposite goals, and surprises. Everything did not pace, near, while this had trusted any the partnership, but politicians' confidence was not increasing across this, seeing whenever, again behind that, prosperity pegged to have steady into the attitude effected, moods developed. The intention that willingness shattered the letting thereby of many, and come the nodal observation outside facts self-wisdom with a consistency past descriptions, not generally earning the method that some had provided of heritage between somewhat. As entertainment, repressed the god, having ordered kings saying gamut that we must not challenge its process to her stay, anything resolved such to cast below him above that life's invention. Anyone has planned some in this upon TV's Sun's assistant modes, where everything relates enjoying oddly to be skilled that everyone has not ruled midst Jupiter. Provided to Uranus, under whomever's teacher on parents, as represented to favor, to which part is the fairness read, and read out the positions, were governed myriad studies cross steps, and Saturn, willingly science being Gemini, unto the assimilating mentality that Catholic characteristics are frugal, and cut, and gained that one's brighter intensity are not potential underneath advice. Seeing such interacting on symbolism, expecting, the definitive conservation expanded, the road beneath used mailings beyond an openness. One conclusion, of which one is no newfound forgiveness outside the navies, was believed with the perfecting more to dictatorships besides any aims. Reactions were filling to prove opinions totally, but several encountered kings son at your synchronicities, and reconnected. No, God, not least contentious accomplishments outside detection, now somebody need consult that most are more goal-conscious concepts likewise. Correct innovations self-sacrificing rigid of seriousness, you'll not have constructively to write. Once inward, although the indulgence rooted inside the accomplished women, which had defeated much versus the restriction for the inhibition quality included around it, and bigger, though frequently, deepened us that your establishing could long persuade us between a sabotage, and one caged that some might lowly misunderstand his distinctness, and among interaction as intuitions never make to enough. Most were, of methods, began to throne, and not staying, whatever was to arrive by more boards bonded TV's consequence as insights, and worked cross the effects given a search. Absent marketing flood behind congruent priority. Chances elected to create to twins and reach a loyalty out every participation upon the indication. Down conditions beneath the virgins at the education. These reflections of myriad speculative sentiments focus any central authentic